to be free. It's all we wanna be. Want to be free. I say we're growing every day. It's broken every way. I'll take you to a place where we're to find our roots. Bloody roots. Roots. Bloody roots. Roots. Bloody roots. Roots. Bloody roots. Bring me the strength to get drunk another day. And all I wanna see is set us free. Why can't you see? Can't you feel? This is real. We don't need to change our ways to be safe. That's all we wanna be. Want to
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar.
You want me to? As we move forward, anytime you come closer to something, your vision should get clearer. Am I right? You are a tool in the hidden hand that's using you. Please don't be delusional. The rulers of this world practice confusing you. The people and the priests and the imams have been jammed by government scams, minds systematically programmed. Blatant black hatred and racism. The way they lace the whole world and nation with traces of Satanism. This place is a pagan prison. The founding fathers' enslaving intentions were no different than Bush's and Reagan's visions. 1776 it took action. This Illuminati took form and was spawned from a Colombian faction. Just flip your $1 bill over, and if you want me to expose the true code of deception, I will show you. We live in a designed wicked system. The number 13 is consistent in Masonic symbolism. It represents transformation. 12 completes a cycle, so 13 is rebirth and regeneration. The meanings of the symbol are strategically hid. On the left side, you see a 13-layered pyramid. Over that sits the all-seeing eye where the light shines, a sign of the devil watching over you at all times. With the words Anna with Corruptus, 13 letters meaning he has favored our undertakings. Will you accept this? Or will you learn the science and ignore them? Under the pyramid you see Novus Ordo Seclorum, translated New Order of the World, or the New World Order, authors and satanic fathers of mass slaughter. The eagle that you see on the right sits below 13 stars with a shield that has 13 stripes and an olive branch in its claws with 13 leaves, which is supposed to be in its talent to represent peace. But peace was always on a decrease. His other claw holds 13 arrows of war set to be released, and the letters at the bottom of the pyramid are fixed with the Roman numerals that equal 1776. The United States of America exists in a deep devilish abyss with truth and paganism mixed. Every president that ever lived was foul. They gather at Bohemian Grove where they bow down before the owl. See, the owl is wise and sees through the darkness of night, and there's a small one on the dollar near the one on the top right. It ain't hard to understand this government was never for us. The eagle was based off of the Egyptian hawk Horus. The 13 colonies grew into wicked sovereignty and made no apology for the obvious idolatry. Subconsciously, we follow the ways of the beast and pay homage to pagan gods when we say days of the week. Like Sunday, they worship the sun. Monday is moon day. Tyr, the god of war, was worshipped on Tuesday. Odin, the chief god, is who Wednesday is named for. Thursday is Thor's day, god of thunder, the mighty Thor. Friday was named after Frigga. Notice the pattern. Saturday is the Roman god of agriculture, Saturn. Frigga was the goddess of love, the wife of Odin. The polytheistic theologies needed decoding. The rituals like trips across the sand as man takes. The skull and bones fraternity, the secret handshakes. But understand, he receives only 33 degrees. He secretly believes in Lucifer and other deities. Many powerful and rich people are controlled by these. They even hold the soul of several of your favorite MCs. Politicians telling lies, tongues riddled with thorns, and use hand gestures shaped in the form of devil horns. You don't feel it's any harm because you don't know what it entails. Satan tampers with stem cells and sprays chemtrails. The so-called holidays are hypocrisy, established to use religious doctrines to commit annual robbery. Christmas split in half as Christ's Mass. The so-called birth of Jesus, where every home has glowing lights cast. Christ the Anointed One masked the birth celebration, but Jesus' birth was kept secret due to the situation. The king initiated a death plot because a Messiah was prophesied to rule, so Jesus' murder was authorized. No one knows the actual date. That's why sometimes you see Xmas. X means unknown, but ignorance affects us. A fraud that was purposely flawed. December 25th, the birthday of the wicked ruler Nimrod. His whole disguise was part of Satan's universal rise. A holy prophet's life being pimped and commercialized. Traditions like lights on trees, rooted in the Nicene Council in 325 AD. By Constantine, these matters were decreed. The concept of a virgin.
Greetings. Welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Damn, K Reno still spitting on the track. Sorry about that. Smoking a little sage here. Prepare my mind to cover the news with you guys. You know? We're gonna be getting into some news items. You know what I mean? Hopefully, I'm gonna try to do a Friday show. Try to get back into looking at current events. you know. But right now, all we see is that things that we've been talking about for the past 10 years, finally coming to fruition in a way that a lot of people are starting to guesstimate the real sources and analyze the real sources of the deception, right? But we see that we've been warning people for 10 years, so they're not very much primed for it. Give me 1 second here, guys. Sorry. One of the main topics we employ on this show is the topic of technology. And people have been back and forth talking about technological changes, right? And how technology influences society. But they haven't really been on a critical aspect of talking about machines and their danger to society, right? There's many people who look at the problems in our world as cultural, as being culturally fixed. There's many people in our world who see the problems in our world being politically staged, right? There's many people in our world that see the problems in our world being economically influenced, right? But the problem is that they don't understand the objective factors of power and control in our age, right? Okay. And those would be the ideological, right? And or philosophical, right? The scientific, right? And or empirical, right? Or and also the um technological, right? Right. Which this last one is most evasive to people, right? Why? Because technology is talking about means to end processes, right? Philosophy, right, tends to talk about religion. We tend to go into philosophy where it tends to make inroads into religion. We would call this cosmology and metaphysics, right? What is the stuff of the cosmos, right? That is cosmology, right? What is the stuff of knowledge? That is epistemology. You'll notice that all of these words end in ism or ology, right? Right. Ism is essence, right? Right. And so is ology is pertaining to the logos of a thing, right? O logos, right? Ology, right? Right. You see, so logos is the symbol making power in the world, right? God creates symbols, right? Nature itself is a symbol that points outside of nature, right? All of reality can be understood through the use of symbols, right? Through the use of language, right? And it can also be understood through the use of math, right? So, math and language as the overarching processes that govern, right, the cosmic, right? Okay. And this obviously instantiates mind into the format of things, right? And of course, from mind, we have the notion of design, right? And from design, we have the notion of techno logos, techne logos, right? Techne skill and framing of skill, application of skill or craft, right? Right. And logos, right? The use of symbols, right? And reason, right? Okay. Two fundamental forms which seem to etch out what language is. Okay, we've talked about this on the show, right? Of course, we gave a presentation, the philosophy of math. We gave a presentation on the philosophy of language. Thank you for being here, Jimbo Khan. Thank you for being here. Yeah, order followers as lethal as machines. That's right. You know, the liar and the fool is one, right? The useful idiot, right? And the one who leads the useful idiot, right? The oppressor, right? They're both the same, right? In God's eyes, right? There's no moral difference between the two, right? Hello, all, right? Blessings, brother. Thank you for being here, guys. I know it's super early in the morning, and I know that I've been quickly losing viewers because of the type of content I attempt to cover here on this channel. You know what I mean? It's not a lot of gossip games and a lot of hearsay on this channel here. You know what I mean? So quickly people start to leave, but serious people always pour in, and I'm lucky to have many, many correspondences starting up since I started the show with many intelligent folk. And that is the fruit of this whole exchange. Not the views, not the likes, not the subscribers, not any of that, not the notoriety or the clout, right? But the few people who are actually willing to engage in an intellectual discussion about these key issues. I can almost count on, my hands, less than 10 people that are really, really serious, but that I would trade for my whole entire internet experience. Because in my daily life, it's very, very hard to find people online. It's easy to find people who are distant, but it takes a really long time because obviously not everybody on the internet is a serious interlocutor. I mean, But once we get cooking here, it does seem like we're getting many notable people. So I might be trying to start a debate league. We might have something in the process because I've met so many people with a unique intellectual capacity, and and they have differing views as well. So I would love them to respectfully, of course, with moderation and all of that type of stuff, challenge each other's views. That would be a sort of a good sight to see. I'm wondering about the conflicts in some of these ideals. So the issues as I present them, and yeah, tomorrow we'll be having a sort of a marathon, of some old panels. So I'll be no, not tomorrow, I'm sorry. Tomorrow is Saturday, right? Tomorrow we'll have the Saturday morning show, our regular show, right? And then on Sunday we'll be having a panel marathon, which is not a live panel marathon, but a panel marathon of old panels that I've constructed in the past. So I will be putting a bunch of material out that is unreleased in terms of not seen before on my channel going back 3 months ago. So I'm trying to get rid of this old footage that I have, squeeze what I can out of it. So I'll be premiering that stuff tomorrow. Lots and lots and lots of old panel shows that I've done in the past, So some interesting conversations there, obviously, and yeah, let me drop this link here for you guys. If anybody would like to come up on the panel and talk about the news with me, feel free to do so. But yeah, I'm gonna be watching some news here. Let's take a look at some. First of all, we're kind of continuing with what we were talking about last time. Okay, with Putin. Obviously Putin and Trump, right? And these characters are linked. You may have not known that, right? They're linked through the intelligence networks, right? So we're looking at some news and figures and things and some of this news is going back almost 6 years ago, but it's still relevant, see, because the topics that we were engaged in going back almost 6 or 10 years ago, they're still highly relevant for what people are talking about today. We were talking about, you know, global catastrophe, global pandemic, global all of this stuff, global terror, you know what I mean? All of this type of stuff, several years ago, the implications of all these things on our technological worldview, on all of these things, the economic worldview, right? And all of these changes in the world. So let's take a look at Putin, KGB, Shabbat, and Mossad. Some of the connections there from our friend Adam Green. He made this video I dug up for you guys before I get into some of the connections. I'm going to read an interesting article for you guys about the connections between Trump and Russia and the Mossad, right? So we're going to be talking about, because people see, obviously, the Democrats and the liberals, they're not a viable, proponent of any substantial change. They support international government, right? And the left is totally hijacked by globalists, but the right, right? The right is also hijacked, right, by globalists, and but it's just in a different format that people don't realize, because they hide behind these values like Christianity and these types of things. They don't really believe in these things because they are supported by Messianic Jews, and they work with Messianic Jews and those likes of people, all sorts of irreligious factions, that want to destroy Christianity and Islam, right? And other Jews, right? So, I mean, it's actually very, very interesting, the division. And people think of Putin or Russia as a barrier to NATO superpowers, or they try to go into the Orthodox Church, or they try to champion Putin as a strong leader to try to talk about the wrong that the Western powers are doing. And there's a lot of influence by foreign intelligence agencies, right, into our intelligence agencies, right? Right, just the local police. I was telling people the other day, local police are taken over by fraternal brotherhoods, right? They're in line with international agencies, international corporations, right? Right, the world government, right? Sometimes hijacked by private security firms as well. The mob, and all sorts of organizations that are controlled by the occult. And all of these organizations obviously work together, on a very high level. So to assume that any one of these local organizations, or any of these groups, is not tied in, or that we can trust basically anybody, in terms of, that are tied into the secret police or any of these organizations. I mean, that's gonna have to come down on any one of you guys. But obviously, our intelligence agencies, there's been many cases in which they've been, you know, um, influenced by foreign intelligence, and multinational corporations, private security firms, fraternal organizations, you name it, you got it. Really, they've been tied in, to all of these organizations. You know what I mean? And of course, going back into Putin, he's tied into international interests, international corporations like Gazprom, and oil and gas manufacturers, and Lev Laviv, and and all of these international actors, Simeon Magalovich, and all of these kind of actors, that are mobsters, basically hiding out as philanthropists, and they got a lot of influence on Russian politics and these types of things. So, I mean, it's interesting that his family and all of these people are involved, and yeah, I mean, we're gonna take a good look at that people are going into the powers there. So we're gonna take a look at what's going on with our friend Adam Green. Let's check this out.
Office of Connection. Till to that, by the way, the same Lishkat Kesher was the same organization that ran Pollard here in the United States, the same division of the Mossad. Golda Meir discovered a Jewish underground that existed already in Russia, that began in 1920 when the communism came in and the previous Rebbe decided to do battle against them. And in 1924, he took 9 Chassidim in himself, and they swore an oath to keep Judaism alive in Russia to their last breath. I would imagine that some of the grandchildren of those people who took the oath were here during the retreat as presenters or as guests or participating in the retreat. And he decided that he is going to fight to keep Judaism alive in Russia, no matter what. And what was going on? At the time, Jews were underneath tremendous oppression. Many of the other great rabbinic leaders at the time who had the yeshivas in Russia, the Chavetz Chaim, the saintly Chavetz Chaim, and many others of Shimon Skop, they took their yeshivas and they moved across the border to Lithuania. And what the Rebbe said is, I'm not going to leave Russian Jewry. I'm going to take care of them. And he takes these 9 Hasidim and he swears an oath to the death to keep Judaism alive in Russia. And he begins a process of...
And obviously, this is going back to the 1800s, right? You got Basel, Switzerland, and Bohemia, where you have the rise of the Zionist movement, in Basel, Switzerland with Herzl, right? So Eastern Europe and basically this whole area, Eurasia, has a lot to do with the formulation of Israel in the first instance. In the 1800s, you have the Bolshevik Revolution. You have we talked about the origins of the protocols of the Elders of Zion and Sergei Nilius and the whole, debacle there and the connections with the Russian intelligence and how they had all of these issues, okay, with the Pale of Settlement, right? Okay, the Jews who lived in the Pale of Settlement, the czars, and then during the Bolshevik Revolution, you had interesting factions. You had Stalin taking over the Orthodox Church, right? And some interesting factions. And you have Putin being a KGB agent at that time, fighting a war with the Chechens. He was a hero for fighting in a war with Chechnya. Anyways, let's go on. Just telling you guys some of the history of the modern world, the players that are going on here. You know what I mean? But yeah, some people might not be aware of it. Others, they may know a lot about it. Who knows? But yeah.
Building Judaism in Russia. And this was schools and chadorim and yeshivas. And he would open a school and the KGB would close it. He would send a rabbi to a community and they would arrest him. It was a process that went on and on for many, many years. What we don't know about the Chabad system in Russia from the Chabad side, we know about it from the other side. We know a little bit from the Chabad side. Most we know is from the testimonies and the accounts written by members of the Israeli Secret Service. Because the Chabad side, everything was a total secret. Nothing was done publicly. Everything was done 4 eyes in the Rebbe's office. The Rebbe's secretaries knew nothing about what was going on. Nobody knew anything. Everything was an absolute secret. And a lot of those people that were involved in the process are no longer in this world. So Lebanon now, because every Friday in the bathhouse they meet, letters and communications and things that need to come from Russia to go to New York to ask the Rebbe questions are sent through the Israeli government in the diplomatic pouch. And this process goes on for years until 1967. The Israeli government is the conduit for books, for materials. They're shipping in stuff, they're doing things, and they're working quietly together. What did Lebanon say? He said that this was a system that was nothing like they had. It was in every city and every town. It reached into the communities one after another. And it was really an amazing system. The Mossad's cooperation with the Rebbe continued in Russia in many different kinds of ways. Even afterwards, it continued much further on.
Okay, the Rebbe is the leader of the Messianic movement that they also see as the Messiah. So, so there's certain groups of Messianic Jews that believe the Messiah already came, right, in the form of Menachem Mendel Schneerson, right? So you guys could look that up if you want, right? And that's what they're referring to, the aid of Russia to this Shabbat Lubavitch, also the group that built those tunnels there in the New York, right? So it's all relevant information so far. But yeah, let's check it out.
1967, when the Israelis lost the embassy because diplomatic relations were closed between Russia and Israel. He says the Rebbe had a better system of intelligence in Russia than we did. In April of 1985, 3 weeks after Gorbachev is named the premier of Russia.
The Rebbe had a better system of intelligence in Russia than we did. Very interesting, right? So Messianic cults had a greater. So this is the, obviously the leader of the intelligence admitting that, right?
Professor Herman Broniver, who some of you may know, who was a very well-known Russian professor. He was paid a very high ransom to get out of Russia. The Rebbe calls him in. He wants to speak to him. And this is what he tells him. He says to him, the gates of Russia are going to come down soon. The Jews of Russia are going to be released. I don't want you to call the media. I want you to call the Jews in Russia, your contacts in Russia. Broniver was a big activist. There was a group of different Jewish organizations, Shamir, Chama, Ezras Achim. These are different groups.
Okay, again, they're using Messianic language, right? He's using Messianic language. He said the gates have come down, the iron gates he's referring to, right? He said the Jews of Russia are going to be released, right? Talking about Gog and Magog have been released, right? He's making a reference to these Messianic tomes, right? So, but I mean, the people who are in the language understand. The people who are in the audience, surely they understand the type of language he's employing, right? Okay, he's mimetic structuring on a high level here, right?
Chabad organizations that were doing secret work in Russia. And Broniver was one of the prime activists. I want you to call the Jews in Russia, and I want you to tell them that soon they're going to leave the country and everything's going to change. He's astounded. Gorbachev is prime minister, premier 3 weeks. He gets on the phone. He calls some activists in Moscow, and the guy tells him, listen, there's a KGB car in front of my house right now. My wife was taken in for questioning, and the sense of disbelief is beyond belief. The next day, he writes in a report to the Rebbe that he made a series of calls, and he says nobody believes it, and the Rebbe says the change is underway, but it's just not apparent.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
We all know what Gorbachev did, that Gorbachev went in the late 80s, early 90s. He changed the policy of the former Soviet Union, and he allowed Jews to leave.
Now the Soviets themselves may, in a limited way, be coming to understand the importance of freedom. We hear much from Moscow about a new policy of reform and openness. Some political prisoners have been released.
If you go back to the 80s, Senator Henry Scoop Jackson got a bill through Congress allowing the immigration of Soviet Jews to the United States at a time when immigration had been highly restricted.
We'll honor the right of a person to leave a country freely and return freely, just as clear as anything can be.
The Russians saw it as an opportunity to open their jails. That's when you see members of Russian organized crime come to the United States for the very, very first time.
In June of 1992, Gorbachev comes to Ben Gurion University in the Negev to get an honorary degree. One of the professors at Ben Gurion University is Herman Broniver. The president of Ben Gurion University asked Herman Broniver, would he please be the personal host and take Gorbachev around his visit to Ben Gurion University in the Negev. He tells him, fine. In the middle of the visit, he says, I have to tell you a story. He tells him in 1985, he tells him the exact.
Yo, alaikum assalam, brother. Yeah, good to see you.
April 1985, the Rebbe called me in. He told me this whole story, blah, 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 et cetera, and he tells this to Gorbachev. So Gorbachev turns to him and he says to him, how could he know if I didn't know? A year later, he's in Oxford. Peter Kalms, the father-in-law of Heshi Epstein, who was the president of Shamir, tells Gorbachev the same story about what happened in April of 1985. And Gorbachev tells Peter Kalms, how could he know if I didn't know? The story has been verified from two different historical sources.
ארץ קטנה כמונו, זה מדהים. ואני רואה שאנחנו קונים את מנהטן, וקונים את הונגריה, וקונים את רומניה, וקונים את פולין. אז אין בעיות לנו, אני מבין שהכישרונות והקשרים והתנופה מגיעה כמעט לכל מקום. וזה באמת מעניין. מעניין מפני שאנחנו ארץ קטנה, בסך הכל. וכנראה שקשה לנו מאוד יהיה להיות ארץ תעשייתית. פשוט אין לנו מספיק שוק מקומי גדול בשביל לעשות תעשייה מקומית.
God Almighty is our leader.
Leader of us all.
Even,
Is the
even
one
in
leader.
yeah. God Almighty bless everyone. You're happy. You don't go from strength to strength in all things necessary, especially for the benefit of the multi.
By the way, this is Menachem Schneerson right here, right? So this is him. I believe this famous clip of him talking to Netanyahu and others, right? So yeah, but anyways, you know, he talks to a lot of the Israeli leaders, and also Jared Kushner goes to his grave. He visits the Rebbe's grave, right? So he's a key figure in the Trump administration, right? Because Kushner is one of these types of, you know, Jewish sectarians, right? So anyways, that's important information for the Trump connections, right? But anyways, just preliminary data and stuff, introductory shit for everybody. I noticed that when I talk about a lot of these subjects, or when I have in the past, many people don't know what I'm talking about. It goes over a lot of people's heads. So lately I've been trying to, you know, kind of tease apart some of this information and try to put it into more neat packages for you guys, and try to maybe give historical examples and maybe news to tie it into more daily events and daily culture or something, so that people get a real idea of some of these concepts, you know what I mean, themes. You know?
Attitude of nationality in New York, but it's a kind of a melting pot for many nations, and so that all these nations will live in good peace, in harmony, and every one of them will strengthen all the nations around him, especially in things of charity.
Amen.
God Almighty bless you. I hope that in the near future, the melting pot will be so active that it will be not necessary to underline every time that they are liberal and they are right and they are Hispanic, etc., because there is no difference. All of them are created by the same God, and created for the same purpose, to add all good things around them and around, especially beginning by themselves and their families. I said before, I'm not so happy about underlining. It has Brooklyn on one side, and Manhattan on the other side. And then there are all the people in the Hispanic, etc., on the third side, which is if it is a real melting pot, certainly it must be a melting pot for all good things. There's no difference here. Vorstellung von President George Herbert Walker Ben Doherty. Vorstellung. Erstmal sicher haben wir zu. Bringe schon der diese Paris so der Zugang familiar. Da wird mehr, aber nicht erwarten mehr. Samstag mit dem kann Haarsport. Das ist selber.
About 8-9 years ago, President Bush went to St. Petersburg. He traveled on an official visit to Russia. And I'll tell you a story within a story. So he gets to Moscow, and he's in the embassy. And in the embassy, there's a reception, and the chief rabbi of Russia, Beryl Lazar, is there at the reception. And he goes by him together, one of the other rabbis, Rabbi Berkowitz. And the president turns to his aide and he says, "Tell Ari his buddies are here." Who is Ari? Ari, what's the name of the spokesman of the White House in those days? Is Ari Fleischer. Ari Fleischer was the spokesman in the White House. And when he was a little bit younger, he had been the president of the Congressional Jewish Forum, which was a Chabad organization in Congress. So he knew that Ari was connected to Chabad. So the president saw the two Chabad rabbis. He tells his aide, "Tell Ari his buddies are here." Fleischer comes running in like a Meshuggah. The president wants him. The president wants to know that the Chabad rabbis are here to see him. But so what happened at that visit is he went to St. Petersburg. And in St. Petersburg, he visited the great Chorale synagogue in St. Petersburg, which was built by Rabbi Pesner. And in that synagogue, Rabbi Pesner takes him into a room and shows him a whole bunch of Torah scrolls. What is the story with these Torah scrolls? When these rabbis came in the mid-60s, they discovered these Torah scrolls, and they had an idea. You know what? Nobody's using them in Russia. Let's take them out of Russia. We'll spread them around the world, and there'll be Torah scrolls for synagogues, Sefer Torahs for shuls. And they told the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said, no. There'll be a time that there'll be a renaissance of Judaism in Russia, and these Torah scrolls will be used in Russia. And when they told the story to President Bush, he said, that's a prophecy. And he was so taken with the rabbi and rebbitzin in what's his name in St. Petersburg, he invited them to the White House as his private personal guests. Barbara Bush, what's his name? Mrs. Bush was so taken by the rebbitzin Pesner that she invited her to the White House as a personal guest. The difference between Poland and Russia is a vibrant, dynamic.
By the way, you guys know about obviously Prescott Bush and how Bush's dad was a traitor working with the Nazis. They believed in Nazi ideology because of their involvement in the Skull and Bones Society, right? And fucking Avril Harriman and all these fucking guys and Bush, straight up criminals. I mean, and yeah, I mean, they're working with IG Farben and all of these organizations, right? And basically, I mean, Prescott Bush and the Bush family got 2 generations of his family to be presidents. I mean, can you believe that? This fucking Nazi fascist, traitors to this country, right? And they're working with the Bin Ladens, right? You look at Bandar Bush, right? Bin Ladens and Bush married into each other's family, right? I mean, this is dirty shit, guys. I mean, you got Bush working with Eric Prince, who's a Christian Zionist, right? Believing exactly the line of the Messianic Jews, right? With his sister, Betsy DeVos, right? That was working in the Trump administration. So you got Eric Prince, the Prince family, in the Trump administration and the Bush administration, right? So, this is just some, obviously, you guys, I mean, all of you should be knowing this stuff. You know what I mean? That's my point. I mean,
Jewish community. I was in Moscow on Simchas Torah night. There were 1,000 people there. There were 13 oligarchs in the room. Their net worth was $30-some-odd billion. Now, what shul in America has people worth $30 billion in the shul for dancing? At 3:30, at 4, so we were dancing till 11 o'clock, and then we had a break, and then we had the dancing again. At 3 o'clock in the morning, we went on the street, and at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm walking home with Rabbi Lazar. You'd think he'd be impressed that he had these oligarchs worth $30 billion. He said to me, I had success tonight. I said, what was your success? He says, 3 guys decided to get a bris, and 4 guys decided to put on tefillin. But we're talking here a different kind of world. They have a row of Mercedes in front of the shul, each guy with a driver and bodyguards, and these guys are dancing inside like everybody else. They run the economy of Russia. The difference is we're the Jewish establishment in Russia. There's no Jewish Federation. We are the Jewish Federation. There's no ADL. We are the ADL. There's no AJC. We are the AJC. Judaism in Russia is run 98% by Chabad. It's a different ballgame. It is the most amazing Jewish community that I've ever been to in my life. It is so well organized. There's schools in this town with 1,000 students, with 50,000 Jews. It's an amazing place. I mean, now there's challenges, and everything in the city is run by Jews. The shopping centers are owned by Jews. Both airlines are owned by a Jew. The banks are owned by Jews. The gas stations are owned by Jews. The whole downtown, everything is owned by these oligarchs. In fact, the governor now, on behalf of Ukraine, is one of these oligarchs. One of the other elements for the success of Judaism in Russia, even though he's not so popular right now in the United States, has been the friendship to the Jewish world of the president of Russia, which is Vladimir Putin. And you have to ask yourselves, why is this so? I heard a great line from a professor of mathematics, Novosibirsk. He told me like this: Putin may not be good for Russia, but he's definitely good for the Jews of Russia. Putin may not be good for Russia, but he's definitely good for the Jews of Russia. Why is he good for the Jews of Russia? Because when Putin was a young child, he lived in an apartment building in St. Petersburg. And he would come home every day from school, and his parents were out working. And in the same entrance, in the same apartment or the adjacent apartment, there lived a religious Hasidic family. And when he would come home and there was nobody to take care of him, they would do his homework together with him. And he spent his youth growing up basically in the house of an Orthodox Jew. So he feels a tremendous sense of hakaras hatov, of recognition for good.
By the way, all of the recent presidents went and prayed at the Wailing Wall right? Trump and Biden, and also Nikki Haley, all the people even running for president go to Israel. They have to go to Israel and they have to pray at the Wailing Wall, where the Jewish temple used to be. So I don't know if you guys know that, but it's a ritual that they're all engaged in for some reason, right?
To the Jews, and what he got, all his childhood friends were Jews. And I also think he sees the positive effect that they have in building Russia as a new country, the fact what the rabbis do in Russia and the shluchim are doing in Russia. Russia is a different mentality. And this is part of the conflict right now between Russia and the United States. You can't push the Russians have to be dealt with through quiet. A very shrewd observer in Moscow told me.
Did you see the Pope kissing Kissinger's ring? The Pope actually kissed Kissinger. The Pope was kissing their rings. So yeah, the Pope has to bow down to these motherfuckers. That's what it really is. Did you see that? The Pope, I had that on my show. When we had that fool enslaved by Tortellini on, bolstering his wackadocious, criminal, Nazi fucking church there. Lanz von Lebensfeld, he was a Cistercian monk that came out of the Cistercian Catholic order, and then wrote cryptozoology. I mean, the Catholics are connected with the foundation, the Jesuits and all those people, they're linked in. Look up the Counter-Reformation, how they joined radical Protestant sects and tried to subvert them, right? They're completely, in line with the devil, right? The Catholics, right? And it's obvious. I mean, who could question it? Who could question these things? What are you, a clown? You know what I mean? This is retarded to even sit here and try to argue with people like that, right?
You can't deal with Russia like the United States. Here, it's public pressure, it's tumult, it's polls. In Russia, everything is quiet deals. For instance, there is a lot of quiet deals between Russia and Israel that you know nothing about. And the early meetings between Putin and Sharon and Putin and Bibi were orchestrated by Chabad. They were arranged, but a lot of the deals, Russia is a different political mentality. There's a lot of quiet deals between Russia and Israel that you know nothing about. There's a lot of quiet deals between Russia and Israel that you know nothing about.
Решение о национализации этой библиотеки было принято советским правительством, первым советским правительством, и членами его являлись примерно на 80-85% евреи. Но они же, руководствуясь ложными идеями...
I've heard that before about Loyola and his connection to the Alambardos. The guy who founded the Jesuit order was part of a secret society called the Alambardos. It's crazy. And if you don't know what the Jesuits are, they're the military secret police order of the Vatican, right? But yeah, it's crazy stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, the guy's totally 100% in line with Satan.
Идеологическими соображениями шли тогда на аресты и репрессии и иудеев, и православных, и представителей других конфессий, мусульман. Они всех гребли под одну гребенку. И вот эти идеологические шоры и ложные идеологические установки, они...
Важно, что ваш фонд многое делает для активизации контактов между народами России и Израиля. Помогает расширять сотрудничество между нашими странами в политике, экономике, культурно-гуманитарной, и в других областях. И такую деятельность, разумеется, можно только приветствовать. Подчеркну, мы в России уделяем большое внимание развитию многоплановых взаимовыгодных отношений с государством Израиль. Стремимся выстраивать их в партнерском, конструктивном духе. Я без всякого преувеличения могу сказать с гордостью, что, наверное, такого уровня отношений между Россией и Израилем никогда не было. Если не вспоминать, конечно, самые первые месяцы, может, пару лет образования государства Израиль.
Мне напоминает то, на чем строится неприятие ну, не знаю, к какому-то этносу, скажем, антисемитизм. Значит, если кто-то чего-то не умеет делать, кто-то в чем-то проявляет неспособность решить проблемы, виноваты всегда евреи у антисемитов за их собственные промашки. Легче сказать, что мы не виноваты, это виноваты русские, они вмешались в наши выборы, а мы хорошие. Это вообще мне антисемитизм напоминает. Во всем евреи виноваты, понимаете? Сам придурок так ничего сделать не может, евреи виноваты.
Anyways, yeah, check out Adam Green, who's a friend of the show. You know, so far, he's supported the show as well as coming on for a good interview with us. But yeah, he's been a influence for the show in terms of the religious quarrels that have been going on around the world. And this leads into our next kind of view or topic, which is the war on terror, Putin's involvement with the war on terror, right? So obviously Putin took sides in the war on terror against the Islamists, right? Which we know are not a Jewish or Islamic or Christian thing, or, they're not the enemy of the Christians. They're actually founded by the CIA and also Mossad and also the GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council. So the Islamists are just controlled opposition created by the globalists, right? Obviously. I mean, if you guys aren't aware of that, you guys really think Islamic people are running around blowing up things because they hate Western democracy? That's nonsense. Okay. I know tons of Muslim people. Okay. They eat at fucking McDonald's. Okay. They fucking, a lot of Muslim kids drink and, they look at porn. They do all sorts of things. They use weed. They do drugs. They do all sorts of shit. They don't tell their parents about it. You know what I mean? I mean, Muslim people don't even pray 5 times a day. I mean, most Muslim people, I mean, they don't care. I mean, they're not like fasting and praying and all of that type of stuff and, trying to not look at women and all of this type of stuff. The perception that most people have of Muslims or Islam, or the things that Muslims are supposed to be doing that they're not doing is shameful. It's shameful in my opinion. I try to stay away from alcohol, stay away from pornography, stay away from all of these types of things. But it's hard. It's hard to navigate the modern world and see what ideological barriers there are. I make things pretty simple for myself, in terms of rejecting most of the evils of the modern world, except for trying to communicate with you guys. That there has to be a certain type of allowance in terms of trying to communicate with others. Otherwise you would have to leave the earth or leave society in general, right? And we've talked about that many times. Is that ethical, right? Is that an ethical issue? Our last few shows have talked about that. How ethical is it to leave society and be on your own and, leave Babylon as it's burning and all these types of metaphors, right? Obviously, at one stage, one has to get out of Babylon or else one will be corrupted from within, right? The destruction of the family is upon you, right? One has to leave, right? When you can't even trust your own kin anymore, right? To sell you out, right? Okay. Well, we got to get back to our regular relations. Well, we're just kind of looking at the news here, looking at the items here. But yeah, thank you for joining us. Let's take a little musical break if we can, but we'll watch some of this first. We'll get it primed up. This war on terror. We've seen the war on terror, right? Okay. Okay. Most Christians and Muslims are puppets, okay, of obviously Israeli intelligence, the occult, right? Different international corporations, globalists, what have you, right? So most Christians and Muslims, right? They're just like any average person, right? They have no ideological barriers against the modern world, right? They have no ideological barriers against liberalism and the modern world of science and technology, right? They're kind of inundated by these systems of control, right? So there's no ideological safe haven in any of these ideologies, in these religious-based ideologies, right? Obviously, one has to be more comprehensive, right? And looking at the problems of the world today. Okay, but yeah, let's go on here.
Philo-Semitic, down with Bibi, like murderous criminal, basically mob boss that uses false flag terror, that was involved with the war on terror. Like Ryan's channel is anti-neocon, and wait till you see these clips of Bush and Putin and the stuff that Putin was saying around 9/11, and then you're gonna run defense for this guy, give him the benefit of the doubt, and ignore all of this evidence that he's with Zog. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. I'd say it's stubborn or ignorant at best. So first, this is a short clip from a documentary called Active Measures about these Moscow apartment building bombings that were done by Putin to his rise to power. FSB, false flag terror.
Followed by the bombings of the apartment houses.
There were a series of terrorist attacks in 1999. They found evidence of the FSB having been there and set that all up. I know what
FSB, that's the secret intelligence of Russia. I also read that it was GRU involved, but GRU is Dugin. Putin was the head of the FSB.
Has been alleged. I find the evidence compelling, and I know those terrorist attacks helped Vladimir Putin win the election. I'm not ready to believe yet, and maybe that's just my idealism getting in the way of my analytic side, that the Russian government would kill its own civilians to elect Putin president.
The apartment bombings were KGB operations using a type of explosive that was only made in a KGB facility.
They caught him too.
It was very clever, and the Russian people began to look for a leader. It's not the first time in history. You could compare it to some degree to the 1930s.
I love how McCain can talk about Putin doing false flag terror, but then he won't talk about Zionist false flag terror in America.
30s and the rise
That's
of
just
Adolf
preposterous. Dear friends, we are mere seconds away from 2000. Putin's also like a communist dictator. He's been in charge since 2000. And I'm just seeing articles recently that he's extended it for like 2 more terms, where he's going to be in power till like 2030, 30-year reign. Like Bjerknes's book, Putin's Reign of Terror. Of course, has Dawson read this book? No, but he'll call him the dumbest guy on the internet. Triggered a little too much, I think.
И все хорошее. Счастье. И поднимем бокалы.
All right, now this is a clip from a documentary called Putin's Way, getting more in depth into these FSB bombings, murdering independent journalists and investigators that were investigating the situation. Imagine running cover for this guy, or being an apologist for this guy.
Back in the Kremlin, Putin's loyalty to Sobchak had been duly noted. By 1999, an ailing Boris Yeltsin was nearing the end of his presidency and looking for a savior himself. His administration was the focus of a massive corruption investigation. Having parceled out much of Russia's wealth to a band of oligarchs and allowed aides and family members to enrich themselves in the process, there was fear in the Yeltsin camp about what might happen if his successor proved less than understanding. He'd already hired and fired 4 prime ministers before anointing Vladimir Putin.
Well, I think what they saw in him was that he had protected Sobchak, and as they said, he didn't give up Sobchak, and he's not going to give us up. How vulnerable were they at the time? Very vulnerable.
Kicked out the oligarchs, huh?
Putin
Consolidated
was a
power.
unknown to the public, who would have to win an election if he was to become president of the country and protect.
there he is, saving Yeltsin, in his failed administration. Guy was known as a drunk failure, right? Sold out Russia, right? And who's running behind the, scenes, right?
Of the Yeltsin family. As in St. Petersburg, an instant biography was commissioned. Natalia Govokian was on the writing team. She now lives in Paris.
What was the narrative that they wanted out?
Just his everything. I mean, where he comes from, who is he, why he was in KGB. That was the main thing about him. He's the KGB man.
Luke Radowski?
That's all. So what they wanted to present him, that he is a normal human being. He has parents, he had
once KGB, always
biography.
KGB.
His biography
He's a
tells of an
Christian.
only child who grew up
Saving
in
the
a
white
poor
race.
quarter of St. Petersburg.
But alt-right
An
people say.
unusual boy who, at age 16, went to the local KGB office and asked to join up.
Joined when he was
He was
16,
told
but
to
I'm
come
sure he
back
just
later.
left and abandoned it all.
7 years later, he did, with a law degree. And after KGB training, was assigned.
Okay. The KGB agent, right? Did you guys know that about your boy, Putin, right? Okay. Okay, KGB is the military arm of the Communist Party back in the old Russian regime, right? Let's take a listen to a song by K Reno, Smoke Some Sage. Take some time here. And yeah, if you guys got some tree, you guys could roll that up, smoke that up. Bless you guys for being here. Written in Blood by K Reno. Let's check this out. I'm going to look at some more of these articles here on Putin, doing some information here about world events. Okay, world leaders. Okay, their origins, their connections, a little bit into world politics. We don't really do a lot of modern news, but we did cover a lot of the political history, okay, behind Zionism and these modern movements, including Islamic modernism and what the Christian nationalism is about and all of these types of various movements. We did a few specials on the modern political situation. Okay, but yeah, thank you for joining us here.
K-Reno,
Fox News. You in the blue suit in the front.
What's the purpose of this gathering you're having here today?
I mean, well, I'm just here representing the hip-hop community, man, in the southern region. Actually all the hoods, all the poor folks on the planet. Who've been murdered, raped, pillaged, beat, hung, economically oppressed, improperly educated, And basically just to say that the United States is responsible for all this. So as an artist, I feel it's my responsibility to teach people and tell them what y'all chose to hide from us and tell you how this country really came to power. So that's why we're here. Let's go. Wherever he lived, he left faces streaming with tears. If the truth hurts you, about to be screaming for years. Where you been? Every day he's revealing his hand. It starts with killing the man, then stealing the land. So who the real thief? Who the real worldwide thug? Watch God rip a hole up in this country you love. Every storm that he can form was sent from above. Every page of your history was written in blood. They went in and slew natives till their remnants were through. Your homie George Washington, he killed Indians too. Let me shout out to the government, they use us, man. The police and the trashy ass Ku Klux Klan. Over time, they proved to have the greediest minds. These serial killers broke every treaty they signed. Columbus was a slave trader, that's an accurate claim. He took 600 Indian slaves and packed them to Spain. It was straight hell everywhere them savages came. And damn, what about the 100 million Africans, man? From the range of this country's dirt, no one's exempt. See America's a whole and Israel is a pimp. See, this thing was organized to deprive me, so I'm going kamikaze on these artificial fake Ashkenazis. Judges, politicians, police, and media. The blood-sucking skunks and false preachers misleading you. I want to see a knife in your throat for trying to cut mine. I pray for destruction of your whole family's bloodline. And that goes for your arrogant seed who love to say if y'all don't like it in this country, then leave. Alright, cool, homie, break us off some land and paper to compensate for hundreds of years of unpaid labor. And that's the only thing that might save you. But we already know that you'll never do it, cause that ain't in your nature. The truth of who you are, we've been blessed to find. Now we got a 401k of justice saved up, collection time.
So you don't believe that the government is sincere in its efforts to spread democracy in the Middle East?
Hell no. Next question.
So what do you think about our homeland security policy?
The real question is who really needs the security? America ain't no threat to be attacked, man. They the ones doing the attacking. And history proves it. Let me show you. They bombed China and Korea during the Korean War. Then they bombed Guatemala back in 1954. Indonesia and Cuba fell victim to the trend. Then in 1960, they hit Guatemala again. The Congo, Vietnam in 1969. Cambodia and Guatemala for a third time. Grenada in 83. Yeah, I remember seeing this. Then Gaddafi in Libya back in 1986. Minister Farrakhan saw that one in the vision he would have. Elijah told him Reagan was plotting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. El Salvador, Iran, Nicaragua came in time. Then they blew up the ghettos in Panama in 89. Iraq in 91, the same year they got Kuwait. Somalia, Bosnia, and Sudan in 98. Afghanistan, Yugoslavia, over to Yemen. And they never cared about innocent children and women. In 2001, again Afghanistan. Initiated after the fake 9/11 scam. Then they backdoored Iraq till they took out Saddam. They called everyone terrorists, but who's really dropping bombs? Yeah, history don't lie. Don't get mad at me. These are the facts. This is what you did. This is what the United States of America did. So why they try to play it off like everybody else is the enemy? They've been an enemy to the whole planet. Every country, every continent, every people that was native to the land. They came and caused destruction. These are not lies. These are truths. So take it up with your history teacher. For teaching you that bullshit. Yeah.
All right. Let's go back to our little presentation here, see what's going on. A little bit of old shit, but, you know, still relevant to what's going on today. The history of Putin, his involvement with the KGB, his involvement with false flag terrorism, his involvement with the war on terror, and his involvement with the Israeli secret intelligence, right? Some of the things that we've covered so far and are continuing to move through here. And then we're going to move into Trump's connections to all of this, right? And yeah, feel free to hop on the panel and talk about any of these things with us.
His post in East Germany.
Once and always KGB. Can you explain to a Western audience, what does that mean?
They are the people who prefer to operate in shadow. They are the people which are like state is first and people are second. All these kind of things he has in him. And he cannot, I don't think he can change it, you know. It's unchangeable.
He was so much the KGB man, he would take a turn as head of its successor agency, the FSB, in the year before he became prime minister. Then, 1 month into his new job, in the fall of 1999, this. Bombs obliterated 4 apartment buildings in Moscow and other cities, all blown up at night while people slept. Hundreds died. This was Russia's 9/11. Russian historian Yuri Faushtensky has written a book on the apartment bombings.
We have to understand that the whole country is very nervous. That the feeling is that every several days or like once a week, the building is going to be blown up.
All of a sudden, a prime minister few Russians had heard about was everywhere, swearing revenge.
Мы будем преследовать террористов везде. В аэропорту. Значит, вы уж меня извините, в туалете поймаем, мы и в сортире их замочим, в конце концов. Все, вопрос закрыт окончательно.
Putin would point to rebels in Chechnya, where a separatist movement was holding ground.
The Russian officials said that there was a Chechen trail in the apartment bombings, not proof of Chechen involvement, a Chechen trail. It wasn't clear what that meant, but it was used in order to justify a new invasion of Chechnya.
And Putin's invasion would be brutal.
Когда это все кончится, видите, что это случилось, видите, что делается.
Okay, let me clarify something strange for you guys. If there's world powers in charge, a globalist regime in charge, okay, then they're very friendly to supporting certain groups in the world, okay? They push for a sort of, if you've seen any of my presentations, right? And it looks like my internet connection is getting low. I'll wait for that to little whatever it is to stop taking away my internet connection, and then I'll finish saying what I was going to say. You know what I mean? Because I don't appreciate my internet connection going out all of a sudden. But yeah, part of the boogeyman in the war on terror is the cultural institutions, right? In terms of Islamic learning, right? You'll see them attack Islamic learning. For example, they'll talk about the Quran being a book of hatred, where qualitatively there's no real difference between the Bible and the Quran, right? Between the Old Testament and the Quran, right? You know, there may be some difference between the New Testament. Obviously, the New Testament is an extremely strange document, and we've been through that on this show many times. So I'm not going to go ahead and cover that issue here. Okay, but let's go to this understanding of Russian terror being Islamic / Slavic, right? Chinese, okay, discrimination of their Muslim population, right, in terms of the Uyghurs, right, and all of their kind of smart state or you know, kind of techno, you know, jail that they're trying out over there, right, and on the Muslims in China, right? Okay. They have kind of a slave state there they've developed, right? A techno slave state, right, for their Muslim population, right? And of course, you have the Palestinians living in apartheid, right, constantly being massacred in the Middle East. And you have in Africa the threat of Islamic terror. In Somalia and other places, you have the CIA doing black bag operations, right? So, you know, anyways, you know, it just seems like there's a you know, so that's where the global, you know,
The man who waged it was a new national hero.
you know, they talk about it being global. But yeah, he's talking mainly about how Putin became a national hero of Russia, right, during the war there. So so basically this apartment bombing, which was their quote unquote 9/11, this false flag attack he used to go to war with Chechnya, promulgate himself as the hero of the Russian people, right? And you know, obviously he used this, you know, the sympathy from this bomb attack, right? And he was the great hero against the Muslims, right? So Putin got famous fighting against Islam in Russia, right? And that's exactly what the Israeli intelligence is doing, right? They're fighting Islamic terror. That's their go-to line, right? Okay, they say, why does Israel need to have so much military power, so much funding? Well, it's because they're going to war against Islamic terror. Well, Putin, right, was the ally of the West in the war on terror. So right now they're making it look like Putin is against the West, but actually back then, just now during the war on terror, right, just back 10 years ago, right, he was a critical ally with the West. All right. So this is an important point, right? So I'm just walking you guys through, this Russia, America, Israel, Middle East, how all of these parties are involved. Okay. Okay. To try to give you guys a bunch of examples of what's going on here, right? Yep. Yep. Yeah. I have a video of it. You want to see my video of it, Tarek? Yo, hop on the panel if you want to talk, Tarek. But yeah, I'm sorry because I don't see you guys' comments all the time. But yeah, bless you guys for being here. Great content. Plus this weather in Michigan. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's snowing out right now. Yeah, I know you're feeling it. But yeah, Andrea Poorich. That's right. That's one of the key names of brain implants, right? I covered him on this show as well. Yeah, we got some smart people in the chat, right? Yeah, they wanted to spawn the moon child. That's right, Gary Baxter. Blessings. Creek Mary, thank you for being here. They own the board. Yeah, that's right. Okay, Chinese slave state. Yeah, I got a video of that on Machine Lies episode 5. I have a video expose of that. They monitor how many times you pray, right? A day. They're monitoring how many times their population of Muslims prays, right? Goes into the mosque. They have metal detectors outside the mosques. If you've seen the videos, of them having cameras all over the place, right? So yeah, the social credit system in China, Machine Lies episode 5. We got a cool video about that. And then we have a bunch of, in that video, examples of implantable devices that they have devised, right, already, right, that they're trying to commercialize, right, soon, right? All sorts of invasive technologies, right? That's going to be coming down.
He quickly became the most popular politician in Russia, even though before the apartment
What a
bombings,
coincidence.
he was believed to have had no chance to succeed Yeltsin as president.
They needed a set of situations in which they could postpone the elections entirely and make it more difficult for the opposition to focus on unimportant things like the corruption of the Yeltsin family.
The irony is that this is precisely how the First Chechen War was started. The First Chechen War was started and provoked in 95 in order to have a situation that would allow the government to cancel elections or to postpone elections, claiming that you cannot have them during the wartime. And absolutely the same was done in 99.
So there was a real Yeltsin interest in this, but there also was a Putin interest because he wanted to be president.
And it worked.
And remember the Chabad billionaires that helped him get into the presidency as well.
3 months into a new millennium, Russia had a new president. He seemed a modern man. A man for the future.
By the way, there's a parallel with Trump there with the Wilbur Ross, right? We're going to go over Wilbur Ross and, the NM Rothschilds, getting into, bailing Trump out, right? When he went into debt, right? So they're partly responsible for his presidency, his meteoric rise, right? Was basically guaranteed by the Rothschilds, right? Okay. Okay, and actually, his daughter was being courted by one of the Rothschilds before she married Jared Kushner, right? What's her name? Ivanka or Elania, or I don't even know what the fuck her name is anymore. Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, she does have a Russian name, right?
A future all Russians hoped would be better than the past. But 15 years later, shadows from the past haunt this place. It's a memorial to those who died in those apartment bombings. Since that day, books, newspaper reports, and documentaries have all raised disturbing questions about what really happened here, who was really responsible.
And there is a lot of material, by the way, about that. Look at this. Even just the Wikipedia on Russian apartment bombings. Where is it? Where it says the inside job. Have it highlighted. Tell me that. Okay. Where is it? There it is. Russian government involvement theory. Look at all these links to it.
And they said it's their 9/11. Hint, hint. And man, I hope Adam Green appreciates me doing this. He said he likes it when people restream his content, helps popularize his show since he has to go on these alternative media sites. So, recently I've been trying to promote his show. He got really sick recently. But yeah, we'll have him on again soon. When we get back into those types of issues. I do have some specials coming up for you guys in terms of food, politics, history of Buddhism, and the philosophy of history, so we're going to be doing a lot of different material here coming up soon. But yeah.
House Committee on Foreign Affairs, books, documentaries. Did Putin's agents plant the...
Oh, yeah, and I hope you guys enjoyed those presentations I gave on feminism. If you guys missed all of the presentations I gave, history of feminism, we have another one coming out soon. Tomorrow, manhood crisis, another part of the manhood crisis. We're going to talk about it tomorrow, so yeah.
The bombs. Harvard University 2000. It was a coup d'etat coordinated by the Russian state security services to win public support for a new scale war in Chechnya and bring Putin to power. And it was the beginning of the war on terror, laying the foundation along with Netanyahu and his books for the war on terror.
Among the questioners, Mikhail Trepashkin, who spent 2 years trying to investigate the crime on behalf of one of the families. A former KGB officer himself and a lawyer, Trepashkin was always dubious about...
By the way, this is following a trajectory from the last episode we did. That was about we watched the interview that Adam Green did with a Christian, a Russian Orthodox Christian that was converted from Judaism. This was Brother Nathaniel, right? And also we watched Candace Owen being attacked by the rabbis, and she was called a Jew hater recently in recent news, so it was interesting, right? So some of this news is getting a little bit bizarre, on top of it all, right? But yeah, we covered several interviews and news items on last show as well. But anyways, let's go to... So we're continuing on with talking about Russia and world politics and world events and some of these things. So, but yeah, we looked at some surface level items last time. I don't know if you guys seen, but yeah, we ended with Brother Nathaniel. So this is an extension of his sort of Russian,
The official story, the Chechen connection. His doubts only grew when his former colleagues in the security services reacted to his investigation.
They were telling me, don't dig into it, otherwise you will get imprisoned yourself. And then specifically, they were telling me in a straightforward way, just leave it if you don't want to have trouble. And I was saying that, well, I'm the former investigator and I have experience and I can help. I can run my own investigation.
Speaking of investigations, remember how they first appointed Henry Kissinger to investigate 9/11? And Kissinger's been longtime friends with Putin, and he was in the White House with Trump and Kushner as well, and been in the White House for decades.
Также проводить свое расследование.
Henry Kissinger gave Joe Biden the Theodore Herzl Zionist Award.
But there would be many obstacles placed in the way of an investigation.
The Russian government destroyed all the evidence in the case
Like
of the
9/11.
earlier bombings. No sooner had the bombings taken place than bulldozers showed up to remove the rubble, including human remains.
Just like
In that
9/11.
case, they destroyed the crime scene.
But the troubling questions about the bombings were really fueled by what happened here a few days later in a town outside Moscow called Ryazan.
A fifth bomb was discovered in the basement of an apartment building in Ryazan by watchful inhabitants of that building. And that bomb was defused. And the people who had placed that bomb in the basement turned out to be not Chechen terrorists. They turned out to be agents of the FSB, the Russian security service.
There you go. Busted in the act.
Tests show.
Bam. Damn. That's disgusting, right? The guy bombed his own people, right, in order to get a rise to power, or even there's evidence that he did do it, right? This is extremely shocking, right? I mean, imagine if something like this came out during the time of his meteoric rise, right? Yet there's evidence here, you know? So, I mean, you got to really, really watch out, you know? I mean, you know, and by the newscaster, you know, he actually said it was their 9/11. That was to quote the news presenter. You know, I mean, it's just kind of interesting that he made that. And of course, Adam Green is milking that one. You know, that it's just like a false flag event. You know, but it's interesting how also Islamic terror is being used as a scapegoat in that, right?
That the bags contained an exclusive military explosive called hexagon. The detonator, too, was military.
I think that the evidence that there was an FSB operation to place explosives in the apartment building in Ryazan is incontrovertible.
Controvertible.
At the time, the FSB claimed the Ryazan operation was part of a training exercise.
Sure. Training exercises. That's always the cover for the false flags, isn't it? Training exercise.
But the broader conclusion that security services could have killed their own people in the other apartments was dismissed by the government.
Who benefits? Who benefits?
In his biography, Putin called it utter nonsense.
Hexagon.
Totally
Yeah, that's
insane.
funny.
No Chechens were ever charged. Others arrested were convicted.
Just like 9/11. None of them ever charged. None got a trial with the evidence proven.
In secret trials, and still others in trials tainted by allegations of forced confessions.
Just like 9/11.
All along, it's been disturbingly dangerous to investigate too closely.
People who tried to investigate the apartment bombings, in many cases, ended up dead. Yuri Shakhachikan, Sergei Yushankov, Alexander Litvinenko, Anna Politkovskaya.
Sergei Markov is a political analyst and often speaks for Vladimir Putin.
There have been a number of credible investigations that have concluded.
There's been a lot of political related murders, right? In the U.S. and in Russia, right? So it's obviously the political system over here and in Russia And in these countries, I mean, I come from a third world country where, the police take bribes and all this stuff, but to see that type of behavior in a first world quote unquote country to be pretty rampant, I'm talking about rampant levels of corruption in both Russia and the US and in the most advanced countries in the world. That might say something either about the political systems or the humans who run those political systems. I mean, it might be indicative of both because you have patterns emerging, especially twice in a row within the span of 20 years, and nobody even notices a trend at all. Right? I mean, which is quite shocking as well. The level of ignorance of the populace. Right?
That this was the work of the FSB and could not have happened without the knowledge of Mr. Putin.
It was no one credible investigation which shows that it had been done by FSB. All this propagandistic quasi-investigation,
Conspiracy theories,
just, using tricks and so on. I already heard about this story about this FSB exploded the building in the Moscow maybe hundreds of times. And all of these people free, nobody was in jail. Don't become a victim of propaganda. It's very dangerous also.
There were 3 attempts in the Russian
dangerous to question 9/11, guys. Same thing, right?
Duma to investigate the events in Ryazan. In all cases, they were voted down, or with the ruling party under Putin's control voting unanimously not to investigate and not to ask questions.
Why would they want to investigate themselves?
Mikhail Trapashkin was asked to help with one of those Duma investigations. A week before he was due to report his findings, he was stopped by the police.
So they stopped me at a police checkpoint where there was a crowd of people. They checked my identification twice and checked the car, and they didn't find anything. And when I was closing it, one of the officers threw in a bag, and I told him, "That's not mine. Why are you putting that in my car?" He opened the bag and said, "Here is the gun. Here is the gun." And I was immediately arrested.
Trapashkin was sent to prison for 2 years. He came out and again spoke about his investigation of the apartment bombings and was arrested and jailed for another 2 years.
Well, the apartment bombings saved the Yeltsin system. They saved the corrupt division of property that took place after the fall of the Soviet Union. They cost thousands of innocent lives, both Russian and Chechen, by starting a new war. They brought to power someone from the security services, and that's Putin, who, of course, had no interest in democracy.
His first act as president was to grant his predecessor, Boris Yeltsin, immunity from prosecution. But Putin's administration would quickly ensure his own safety, too. Case number 144128, that corruption investigation in St. Petersburg, quietly went away.
And you can't help but notice that America's blue and then Russia's red, just like in the British and the American. One is blue and then one is red. I mean, it's just funny. Like, red is always a bad guy too, and the blue is a good guy, and the red and the blue is always used for the police. I mean, it's interesting how all that shit works. Really. What I mean? It's almost like they're using colors to program motherfuckers too. I mean, I'm just guesstimating, but it's just interesting how that works, right?
Putin's not corrupt. Like, you're going to ever just make excuses for Putin.
Terminated. It was explained to us that criminal investigations are not pursued in relation to the president.
All right, so that's just a little bit of FSB apartment bombings of Putin. Now we're going to get into 9/11, and we're going to go back with some of these clips from Johnny Gatt. This is the 1999 opinion piece in the New York Times from Putin. Listen to what he has to say here, laying the groundwork for a war on terror. Definitely.
Johnny Gatt was another very astute analyst of world events whose videos were taken off of YouTube for presenting this type of information. So he was another one that was taken off of the YouTube there. So he's presenting some of his content. It's interesting.
In collusion with Mossad and Netanyahu and Chabad about this war on terror and false flag, a war by deception. Here we go.
Now here's a New York Times op-ed written by Russian President Vladimir Putin in 1999 titled, "Why We Must Act." Quote, "When President Clinton and I met in Oslo earlier this month, we discussed the situation in Chechnya. Accounts of that conversation in the American media, understandably, emphasized the president's warnings about the impact of Russia's military operations. Because we value our relations with the United States and care about Americans' perception of us, I want to explain our actions in clear terms. To do so, I ask you to put aside for a moment the dramatic news reports from the Caucasus and imagine something more placid. Ordinary New Yorkers or Washingtonians asleep in their homes. Then, in a flash, hundreds perish in explosions at the Watergate or at an apartment complex on Manhattan's West Side."
How about that? What foresight? Hey, guess what? What you're seeing, the apartment buildings blowing up here, well, that's going to come to you. Just like Netanyahu said. Just like Netanyahu said. Exactly what they wanted, fulfills their objectives. They're the ones that benefit.
Thousands are injured, some horribly disfigured. Panic engulfs a neighborhood, then a nation. Russians do not have to imagine such a calamity. More than 300 of our citizens in Moscow and elsewhere suffered that fate earlier this year when bombs detonated by terrorists demolished 5 apartment blocks. Russians do not need to view the latest James Bond movie.
I'm curious, a question for Ryan Dawson. Is this just a conspiracy theory? Is this just the marijuana talking that Putin and the FSB did these apartment bombings? Is this just a marijuana crackpot conspiracy theory? Is that what you're going to tell me?
To see that macabre story unfold. Rather,
he may. I don't know.
It in all too real life as guerrillas based in Chechnya mounted bloody raids on neighboring Dagestan. They forcibly occupied several communities.
Yeah, I have seen the 7/7 bombing ripple effect. And actually, there's a
okay, and then think about how some of the terrorist groups straight up came out of Dagestan. You know, we're talking about the ones that they were alluding to in the Boston Marathon bombing or whatever, you know, other event. And we won't speculate on any of those events here, but yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, it's just interesting, you know. And of course, we're just presenting this coverage by Adam Green. But yeah, it connects to a lot of world events. I mean, it's just interesting. I mean, make of it what you will, really, guys. I mean, well, what am I to say about any of this? I have said a lot, by the way. You know, but yeah, you know, it's just fascinating stuff. What it really clarifies, right, about world actors being on so-called opposing sides, and we'll talk more about how Trump is linked to this. Okay, we looked at the Messianics and their links to Putin and the whole Israel situation, and now Putin's links to war on terror are being elucidated. Then Trump's links to all of these instances. You know, we're going to talk about that too, right? And we already have alluded to it a little bit, but yeah, you know, we're talking, we're going to be opening up more.
Freudian slip of Mossad saying it's easy to plant a bomb there. I mean, the terrorists did the bomb.
terrorizing the inhabitants. The stated goal was to establish an Islamic Republic, an idea thoroughly alien to the vast majority of local citizens. To Americans, these scenarios must seem rather far-fetched. The notion of armed guerrillas roaming through the countryside and
Find it a little hypocritical that they're kvetching about an Islamic Republic. Meanwhile, him and Dugan want to set up a Eurasian, take over Europe, and have world communism with Zionism for Israel.
intimidating citizens is something to be found in bad movies or second-rate novels. Yet in the southern corner of my country, they are as real as the freshly turned cemetery plots that have chronicled the violence over the last several years. No government can stand idly by when terrorism strikes. It is a solemn duty of all governments to protect their citizens from danger. Americans obviously understand this concept.
It is so obvious that him and Netanyahu knew what was coming, and they were priming everybody for it.
When 2 United States embassies in Africa were blown up, American warplanes were soon dispatched to bomb suspected terrorist facilities in Sudan and
Problem,
Afghanistan.
reaction, solution.
Americans also have had first-hand experience with religious fanaticism financed from overseas sources. The World Trade Center bombing in New York City was the sad result of such extremism. Terrorism today knows no boundaries. Its purveyors collaborate with each other over vast distances. We know that a great deal of the violence emanating from Chechnya is financed from abroad. The same terrorists who are associated with the bombing of America's embassies have a foothold in the Caucasus. We know that Shamil Basiev, the so-called Chechen warlord, gets assistance on the ground from an itinerant guerrilla leader with a dossier similar to that of Osama bin Laden. And one of your television networks recently reported that according to United States intelligence sources, bin Laden himself is helping to finance the guerrillas.
So how about that? Already setting the stage for a bin Laden-led terrorist attack on Manhattan. Trump knew of this before too. He talked about bin Laden before it happened.
Bin Laden. He's controlling the Taliban, and he's actually funding the Chechens. I mean, this guy's like the puppet master of the world. I mean, this guy was like a mastermind. I mean, can you imagine? You know, how much power they gave this guy in their fantasy? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's wild.
Putin asked
just a coincidence that Putin, Netanyahu, and Ehud Barak even and Trump all knew about it beforehand, right?
Imagine if terrorists linked to Osama bin Laden attacked New York, blew up buildings, and injured thousands of people.
There's Cecil. Cecil, what are you just waking up? And already with the racial comments, what the fuck? He's a half breed. Yo. Oh shit. He a Uyghur and shit. You know what I mean?
Roughly 2 years after Putin wrote this, that exact event happened. And the US government did exactly what Putin wanted them to do. Ask yourself, is Putin psychic? Don't forget, Bibi also predicted this in 1995. Putin had telephoned President Bush 2 days before the attacks to warn that Russian intelligence has detected signs of an incipient terrorist campaign, something long in preparation coming out of Afghanistan. So Israeli and Russian...
Yeah, they don't have weed in those Asian countries. It's kind of fucked up. You know, when you go to Pakistan, you can get big-ass blocks of hash. A lot of people smoke out there. I mean, that's really where hash is from the mountains of fucking Pakistan. You know, like apples are from the forests of Kazakhstan. You know, every herb or fruit or whatever has one place in the world where it comes from, right? Yo, what's going on, Moon Boots? Blessings, bro. I was checking out Moon Boots' show the other day. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, friend. Yeah, he's got a pretty entertaining panel show. I was checking out some of it.
Intelligence both warned the U.S. just before 9/11 that a major terrorist attack was imminent, and Putin began pinning the blame on Afghanistan. Bush then saw Putin as someone he could trust, and this improved the relationship between.
When you give some vague warning, it makes you look like the expert when it happens, and then they look to you for more answers, for more foresight.
Between the U.S. and Russia.
9/11, a turning point for Putin. Dugin says the same thing. He says everything for Russia changed after 9/11. Similar to like in New Lies for Old, it talks about how it shifted the war from the Cold War mentality to the.
Yo, Cecil, hop up here if you want. I don't usually invite people on the panel, but yeah, man, Cecil is always on the panel anyway. So yeah, dude, if you ain't doing shit, go ahead and hop on the panel. I'm pretty sure I got the pinned link or whatever. Is that what's going on out here? Let me check that shit out. Yep. But yeah, it's okay if you don't want to, you know. But yeah.
The war on terror mentality. Russia teams up and gets closer to the West to fight the war on terror.
Russia provided intelligence on terrorists, and Putin coordinated with Central Asian nations to allow U.S. forces for the first time to use military bases of the former Soviet Union for the war in Afghanistan.
You see, like Putin should be viewed as like a combination of Trump, Netanyahu, and Bush. Basically, he's been complicit with all of this nonsense. And you just want to make people want to make excuses for him. I can't understand it.
Putin said in a televised address, Russia knows directly what terrorism means. And because of this, we more than anyone understand the feelings of the American people.
Solidarity.
In the name of Russia, I want to say to the American people, we are with you. Months later, he revealed he had a premonition about terrorists on September 11th.
That was fire.
And then
whatever he just said was interesting. He said Putin should be looked at as a combination of Trump and Netanyahu and all of these other people. Who else did he say? Bush. Yeah, he said Bush. Yeah, which is so interesting. You know, obviously I talked about Prescott Bush, some of the history of the Bush family, you know, totally traitors to this country. Right. And then also talked about, we could talk about Netanyahu and his strange history. His father was a secretary for Zev Jabotinsky, a person who took a very hardline supremacist approach, in dealing with Israeli politics. So he represents and coalesces the hard right in terms of Israeli politics. If you look up Zev Jabotinsky and his writings, at the outset of the formulation of Israel, he wanted to, he basically wanted to exterminate all the Palestinians. He called for stuff like that. Then we got all types of, other people in that pile, like Trump. Obviously, we're going to go into some of the history of Trump and his family. And, obviously he's no friend to the American people, already sold out the American people many different ways, the Trump administration. Right. Okay.
And then the guys at Charlottesville are chanting, Putin is our friend. And people on the quote unquote alt-right are hailing Putin as the savior of white people and Christianity. And here he is, just right along, arm in arm with Bush and Netanyahu for launching the war on terror, connected with Chabad, KGB, and then people are going to be making excuses for him.
I told my American colleague, this really worries me. I have the feeling something is going to happen, that they are apparently preparing something.
Joining me now here in the BBC World Studio is the former Israeli Prime Minister.
60 minutes after the
who's in London at the moment.
tower
Welcome to BBC World.
was destroyed.
First, your reaction, having heard what's happened. At least 4 planes have been hijacked, and
already in BBC World Studios to set the narrative, Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who's connected to longtime connections with Netanyahu, with Russia, with Epstein.
You pause it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, what's going on, Tom?
Are you doing like a big deal like this is like Israeli beef thing? Because I was thinking about a thing the other day. Like there's some senator or congressman, some state in America where they recently passed a thing. You can say things against the small top thing, the smaller headgear, and you can go to jail for like saying some anti that people stuff. And when you think about if we are in the pre-tribulation, if you think about that transition to the whole world being like, fuck Israel already. Like if you can already go to jail in a US state for saying anti any type of people, but that
You're
type
talking
of
about the Holocaust Foundation definition or whatever of anti-Semitism or whatever.
who's that? I don't know if it's senator or congressman. It's the thing you are for a state, but she's kind of fucking hot, like a brunette. It's kind of hot. That's the person that did it. I don't know.
AOC?
No, not I said hot. Like this is actually a hot chick that's like some kind of senator or congressman of a state. She's involved in the passing of something about anti-Semitic talk can get you time. Like I think a guy interneted something and he got picked up over it.
What?
I gotta find the story. I got my editing stuff up. Let me try and find that story because
I mean, I just want to clarify. I've said nothing against Jews this show or the last show, but I have talked about.
I got a lot of receipts of you hanging out with the studio crew. I'm caught up on it now.
I mean, I gotta.
But I'm saying, do you see that long game where today we might even just sit here and be like, yeah, fuck it. I don't live in the state, or I don't say things like that. You know, you might be fuck it. But you see long game how that's eventually the whole world's like, what the fuck, Israel? Like, fuck Israel. That's how I can see it heading that way.
No, it's been an equal opportunity hater show, you know, so far on the Machine Live. We've hated everybody so far. So
okay.
We haven't specifically hated anybody, but we broadly hated everyone. So yeah.
Dismal cloud. I like it.
Yeah, like even the Muslims, like we've hated some Muslims on here. Like, so it is what it is. Like Muslims have gotten hated on here. So, you know, so there's been a lot of
here's black Israelites, Muslims just a little up. It's like, yeah, man, I get it. Like,
yeah, OTW, Nation of Islam stuff got hated on. Mormonism got thrown under the bus, even though Provo Kid was here. Baptists got basically, you know, maligned. You know, even though Neurojack was here, like
I want to hear about the Baptist one, but did Neurojack tell you about this new tear I'm on? Have you ever seen this Satan's show? I'm not gonna turn your show into it, but if you haven't, I'm on this bit. I'm deep diving this thing about in Christianity, maybe we've been deceived that we're not actually pre-tribulation, we're post-millennial reign, and now we're in Satan's short season. I've been deep diving on it. I could go on, and with a little bit of debunk.
Yeah, I write about that too. I think it's one of the great deceptions of the modern age.
That shit, even in a fan fiction sense, even if I still stick to pre-tribulation, biblical, like faith, just fan fiction, deep diving into that, I'm all about that shit right now.
Yeah, that's where a lot of this shit comes from. That's where you know, they were just talking about it on Jeem's show last night. Joachim of Fior. You ever heard of this guy?
There's a lot of people. I got even new stuff popping up in my suggestion, like irregularly new stuff popping up.
No, this isn't new. This is like, oh wait, I accidentally removed.
I mean, I can't keep track of who everybody is anymore.
Here, wait, let me show. Yeah, I was trying to remove my screen.
I talk to Woes 777 sometimes.
Let me show you this because this is so important for understanding this shit. This like fucking weird shit, right? And like, and you'll know, like, you just throw this out there, and then you'll know, and then when you talk to other people, and you throw this out there, then you'll know if they know just by throwing this out there. You'll be like, all right, you're one of the known ones, or you're just a fucking, you're just a Uyghur.
You will recognize others on the quest for the Holy Grail. You'll just notice. You'll recognize each other.
See this guy right here, Tommy, Joachim of Fior. This is 1200s, and this guy, okay, he's mentioned in the Divine Comedy of Dante, right? Dante's Inferno. But anyways, he's got this concept. Try to find it. Okay, here it is. History of the Three Ages. You see this? His theories
I
can.
can't really read it. Hold on, let me.
Here, let me try to.
It's my fault. I'm looking at my phone because I was doing TV stuff. But
Maybe if I
just
put
give
it
me
like
the gist.
this.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Okay, so it says that. Well, anyways, I'm gonna read it out. It says his theories can be considered millenarian. He believed that history, by analogy with the Trinity. Okay, we got a Uyghur here trying to represent.
A Uyghur?
I don't know what happened to your camera. Oh, yeah, there you are. Yeah, what's up?
Did you see Cecil last night? EBT came on my stream. He's challenging you for sleeping on stream.
I don't give a shit, bro.
Started mumbling and shit.
I'm gonna start a
I had
channel
to
that's gonna
kick
be
him.
called Sleep Stream.
I had
We're
to kick
starting
him
a
because
channel.
he sleeps louder than you. So I booted him. Like I was like, I can't hear this over our shit.
Yeah, bullshit.
He was murmuring and stuff.
I seen him say that Rachel Wilson's book Occult Feminism was garbaggio, and I can't disagree more. I think that was an excellent book. I think he just said that because I just did presentations on it, but I don't know.
And whenever Ben Thorpe and Andrew were going at it in the chat, I told Rachel that she killed Davy Crockett. She's like, look at all these people that hate their lives so much. They got to come on here and hate on me and Andrew. I go, no, I hate you because you killed Davy Crockett. The whole chat turned on me.
Yeah, but you ever hear about this? Age of the Father, Age of the Son, and Age of the Holy Spirit?
Are you saying it relates to the Devil Short Season thing, or are you just showing me a totally different thing?
Oh yeah, this totally inverts all of it. Because look at what he's saying. He's saying that there's going to be impending a contemplative utopia, the age of the Holy Spirit, impending a contemplative utopia, the kingdom of the Holy Spirit, a new dispensation of universal love would proceed from the gospel of Christ.
But that's the millennial reign, right? That's during the millennial reign.
And the ecclesiastic organization would be replaced, and the order of the just would rule the church. The order of the just is actually a secret organization. And you know, when Karl Marx started his Masonic organization, he actually called it Order of the Just. And he said that one of the concepts in it, you know, is to bring about this kingdom of God on earth, which they call New Jerusalem. So they were using all this Kabbalistic shit. The Kabbalists and the Freemasons and shit were trying to invert this fucking shit using Joachim of Fior and Hegel. See, Hegel used it at first. So that's really the thing, is that this post-millennial shit. And you know, obviously Tommy's brandishing the costume of one of those characters in Pokemon video game, you know.
No, man, it's like Mohawk with facial piercings. It's all just
the bikers from the Pokemon video game.
Don't touch Billy, and he's like behind you doing the wanker shit because you can't get to him. You know how Billy Idol could get.
Yeah, we could do
I
a
was
live
just fucking around.
PUG.
I was playing that dude I knew in school that got killed in the weird way. I was playing his Anarchy Waltz Jam before I came over here. That's how it closed out. You ever do a stream? I know you do shift streams. You ever feel like you're lingering your own stream? You don't know, like, how do I end this? How do I stop this?
Yeah, we gotta put electrodes.
Like, what do we do? What are we doing?
We're gonna hook up electrodes to Cecil's like nipples while he sleeps and shit.
Yeah, sleep experiments.
Are you just getting up or just doing this?
I just woke up and took an intense deuce, bro. Now I got like a He-Man 6-pack and shit. You know what I'm saying?
You can see the post strain. You look like you've recently gave the grunt strain. You got that.
Hell yeah, all the clothes feet around my eyes and shit, because I was just like, eh! You know?
You're like that meme of that kid making his neck swell up at the lunch table.
I'm like permanently taking a shit with all my crow's feet.
All right.
Where did Lanza go? Lanza just left. So
he
Lanza
rage quit. He was
before
trying
he
to come
even
at
said he didn't say one word. I feel fucking.
Yeah, he's kind of like how Paul's being with me right now. Since I
I feel like I was robbed of Lanza But yeah.
No, I just kind of, I kind of had to keep him in line on my stream before we came over here today. I had to correct him in front of his peers. He ran. Rage quit. Fucking wrench too. Boy's got a wrench. He's still running. He's third.
Straight up. Butter bean.
No, but it's blowing my mind the way it's like we're full of people that say, what about people that never got to hear about Jesus, or times that were like pre-Jesus or whatever, where it's like people that didn't have the chance. We're a whole like generation of people saying that, and it would be us if it was the devil's short season, right? Because it's like the people God talked about, the dead that wouldn't raise until the after the millennial reign, that's when these dead would raise. It's technically in the Satan's short season. So you would be a not reincarnation, but a reintroduction, because you're those people. And he's like, as a loving God, it's like, here's a playthrough of the simulation to get right with me, because I'm a loving God. And we all feel like, everybody in this community feels like they're on their second life already, like they've had more than one life. And they're all saying, what about the people that never heard of God? What if you're in Satan's short season? Like, this is that run. That's you. That's you. But that's the concept. That's not my beliefs or stamps on. It's the theory I'm like deep diving in. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Jesus is meant to be the first fruits of the resurrection. He's doing that to go after the Sadducees, who don't believe that the body will be resurrected. So there's all of these ideas, but then this idea of this pre-rapture kingdom, or whatever, or whatever, or pre-apocalyptic, because there's this apocalypse that's supposed to happen. So there's supposed to be a tribulation, and then there's a kingdom. So I don't know.
In this theory is saying that kingdom is over, and now we are mistaken.
Yeah.
We're mistaken about being pre-tribulation.
Yeah. See, that's why it could get into all of this type of shit, because it's like the ages, and obviously dispensationalism. That was pre millenarianism, and then millenarianism that kind of piggybacks on top of dispensationalism, which is an extension of this kind of new covenant theology, which was taken to extremes by the Gnostics and also the Protestants. Some could say that they're a new line of this type of idea. And obviously, Martin Luther, he recommended the study of the Kabbalah and the religion of the alchemists and all these types of things. So he was studying all of these types of theories. Have you ever heard the theories that that Martin Luther was involved in secret societies?
All I've heard about him is like, a lot of people give him props, but Small Mustache read him in a way that inadvertently he took his messages and went away, where Martin Luther might not even be like, no.
And so did Hegel. See, that's what's interesting, is because Hegel influenced Marx, and then obviously National Socialism, and all those types of movements were influenced, by all of those theories that came before.
Martin
like
Luther was the shit. Martin Luther was the shit. He was trying to warn us. He was trying to warn us about the small hats.
But
Sir, have you fallen?
But Martin Luther was also
that. Martin Luther's the man.
We painted that step yellow. We put the sign up. People just keep falling, and it's an insurance liability. Are you okay, sir? Can we?
I'm all right.
But what about his study of the Kabbalah, Cecil?
He was trying to study it so he could know his enemy better.
Okay, that's your theory on it. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. He's trying to figure them out. He's trying to figure out their next move and shit. Yeah, because there are a lot of prophecies.
Madonna all about some Kabbalah, though. That's what makes me be like, Kabbalah. Like, Madonna was heavy Kabbalah in that. Oh, she suddenly got an accent phase, right? Like, didn't she go hard Kabbalah?
Yeah, she.
Look, they try to paint the Kabbalah like it's like
So is Ariana Latte or whatever her name is. You
Grande.
Ariel Latte.
Had a lot of naughty deep fakes made on her.
Dude, they try to paint the Kabbalah like it's like this light, like, oh, it's just Jewish esoteric. It's nothing, it's just Jewish. Very heavily connected to the Talmud, which is, I think, is something that.
Did you see that that video of Ariana Grande, and she studies the Kabbalah, or Ariana Latte, she studies the Kabbalah, and and also she's been seen being whorish with Jim Carrey. You ever seen that? Those pictures of
a lot
her,
of weird shit with Jim Carrey and
Jim Carrey, where he looks like a you know what I mean?
I might not have seen what you're talking about, but that redheaded chick that was in the zombie movies and shit, he made a weird, like, if only we were different time, I'd marry you. And he's like painting something. I've seen some weird shit with
Mila
Jim Carrey
Jovovich?
and female. Huh?
She quoted
No,
that
not the
Samuel L.
Jovovich
Jackson line.
chick. The
that
googly
chick
eyed
Mila
chick.
Jovovich from the Resident Evil
Do
movie?
you remember it was the googly eyed chick that Anna, maybe something, that she was in the Birdman movie and the two zombies with like Woody Harrelson. She was the older red haired chick in the Woody Harrelson zombie movies.
Oh, okay. We're talking about different people.
Yeah,
but
Jim Carrey had it bad for her for a minute. Did a weird video about it.
Mila Jovovich, the girl from
that's the Corbin Dallas Multipass. No, not the Jill Redding. Not the Claire Redfield.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. She quoted the Kabbalah before her song, in the Bible interpretation of it, that's called God is a Woman. She actually made a song called that. But anyways, I mean, that's what I. Yeah.
Well, a lot of that mystical theory is about the inversion.
Yeah.
The Egyptians thought the supreme God, was a woman. Ariana Venti. It ain't Ariana Venti.
Grande, Venti, Grande. I hated all those side names. Just give me the chocolate one, bitch.
What the hell is her name?
Ariana Grande.
No. But what's the first name of the bitch whose last name is Venti? She's from New York.
There is a Venti bitch?
Yeah. What the
I don't know the Venti.
Who's this? Is this the person you're thinking of?
Is Gary?
No.
Oh, Emma Stone is the redheaded. Yeah, if he said Emma Stone there, that's the chick I was trying to think of that Jim Carrey got simpy over.
No, he got simpy
like
on that. He got simpy on that.
Separated by year. Like if only I would. Yeah.
See, they have these people on Nickelodeon and the Disney Channel, and they're obviously being courted by these, older celebrities. It's disgusting. And what's his name was doing that too? Drake with that one girl that was on Stranger Things.
And I've recently stated I have a little PTSD, a very prevalent from my prawn days, very prevalent actress from my prawn days. Not only recently off herself, but did the Kurt Cobain, Coblam, took that way out. Like usually porn stars like just OD or hang themselves. This chick was like, it's weird that she took the Kurt Cobain way out. Somebody had to find that.
It's because they fuck with them once they're involved in that.
It's a fucked up industry. But I mean, yeah, usually you hear them about like just hanging or ODing. But what made you what? I remember what she was like in videos to where it's like, man, and still you Kurt Cobain. It is
because they get them so deep in these contracts and then tell them that they try to break their contract.
This was Christy. What's her name? I just said it last night. She was very prevalent, like big time player, like top. Just gonna come up in natural searches in top 10. Her name's right on the tip of my tongue. I just lost it because I'm high. But she was like in the already has acquired this, could probably quit any time. She was known for like, hey, I don't even fuck in my regular life because I just come to work and just like take all these dicks, fuck, what is her name? Chat, if anybody came from my show that remembers me saying, Christy Lynn something. This blonde bimbo titty bitch. She was in it for years. One of the top players. Just randomly Kurt Cobain out.
You're talking about a porn star?
Mm-hmm.
Christy Canyon?
No, Christy Lynn something. Or else I'm saying something wrong. And I said it last night. I say it all the time, but now I'm trying to say it. I can't remember her name. It's like a 3-name thing, and I can't
I don't
remember
know
the third.
anything about celebrities because I came here from Pakistan when I was like 9 years old.
And
So
this is like a Pornhub celebrity. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to remember her name. But she was like prevalent in the industry. Like Jessie Jane is dead. This chick is dead. Like Augusta Ames about a year or two ago. And she was fucking married. Like there's something, I mean, just getting into that industry in the first place.
August Ames.
Oh yeah, August Ames. She hung herself and she was married.
Yeah, dude.
Emily Willis is currently unresponsive. She's more popular with Zoomers and stuff. She's not expected to wake up. Her family thinks she's just not going to make it over, probably OD or something. And then I almost tricked myself into remembering the name. Give me a second.
All those chicks back in like the 80s and 90s were like getting into heroin and having heroin overdoses and shit. Like, I hate to laugh, dude, but it's like
no, and in all eras, from back then even up to today, there's ways they screw the chicks over. I mean, they're taking a risk getting into the, but yeah, they still screw them over even to this day in some of the bad production companies and shit.
Right, dude. Did you hear Riley Reid just recently got married to some dude?
Oh no, she had a kid. She's got a kid now.
Dude, that's like.
Yeah,
holy
but more
fuck.
power to her if they make it work and she's out. More power to her, because God bless that man. No one else is trying to wed that. You've seen on camera the things, right?
Right. Well, it's like, look, dude, that dude's like a multi-millionaire, though. Of course.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck. It's not even. It's
right.
Beyond it.
Right.
I don't even know the deal, but
she's probably more like a trophy to him, or if anything else, right?
Or just one of those. Hey, I could take you away. It doesn't matter. The rest of your life, it doesn't matter because I'm a millionaire. Yeah, you were a porn star. Whatever. Come have a kid. You know.
Right. Yeah.
Even that Kimmy Granger chick, she's always like, "Oh, I'm gonna make this much more money, then I'm gonna go find an Italian stallion and start pumping out babies." like some of them, some porn stars are bitches. They're like paying their college off and stuff. But it is a fucked up industry.
Just savage comment. What the hell? What the fuck, yo?
Yeah, I was able to get off my leash. You can't see it. It's over here in the corner over here. But yeah. Anyway,
That's what I told Sherelle last night. I was like, if you passed out at my house, I'd bring some 3D Futanari porn up on my phone. I'd stick it on your forehead and use you like you're one of Hank's torsos. See some what happened in your face.
Huh?
In hindsight, like if I had any of that old shit, I've had a fleshlight or two in my day. You're gonna try. I told you over lockdown.
Oh, no way, dude. What's that like?
No, over lockdowns when I was balling off the market, I had a $300 AI blowjob machine that I was like, this is the death of relationships. I was like, this is $300 blowjob machine is like beating any human. And if they don't beat your best blowjob, you can leave it plugged into the wall and you can just fucking fall asleep. Oh, I fell asleep. I forgot the blowjob machine was on me. My dick is fucking. I don't know. Yeah, it's like in hindsight, I wish I still had one of those to melt down and make like a cheek riser on an assault rifle thing, like or like a shoulder staver on a 30-06. Do like a fleshlight shoulder cushion on a 30-06.
What do the buttons look like on this thing? Is it like
there was the different buttons of the setting, and then there was the one where it's just like AI making it up as it goes. It was crazy.
What?
And then if
got
the
AI,
it was
AI giving you dome somehow.
It was to an extent it was AI. It was more like a thing that could go on a random thing. But when the features were all coordinated, if you didn't know what was being slid over your thing, Like if you blindfolded a person and they couldn't hear the mechanics happen, you'd be hard pressed to. It don't matter when it's Arturian, baby. You get it? I heard there is an Arturian. They're gonna say there's an Arturian alien class or something that sounds like Arturian. That is that line from Aliens where, oh yeah, man, and we need to go back to that Arturian planet. Yeah, but last time we were there, yours was a dude. It don't matter when it's Arturian, baby. And they're like Marines high five, and it's like, what the fuck were Arturians? Well, I think we
that's
might.
right. Until the AI just starts eating people's dicks because it's
guys, this thing internally, if you want to talk on an electric engineer that decided to make a fucking blowjob machine, internally it's a cylinder that will hold whatever kind of fleshlight model you can get. That the company makes them, but that doesn't necessarily mean. I'm sure a bunch probably fit in it because all these companies, it's got to be a certain. It is a thing. You're not just changing that standard thing too much. If that gives out, or if you have a thing like mine that can go through them, wear them out, ladies. You can replace that sleeve, but the mechanics of it is just a cylinder that will have it's connected by whatever, and then those settings, it's gonna do its thing. It's gonna do whatever those settings are, and then you can just set it to that missionary.
Right? Yeah, my freaking super expensive AI blowjob droid that I buy from Japan in 10 years. She's gonna have a release right there on the back of her jaw in case it gets stuck or starts biting.
You know about baby pod technology, right? You know about baby pod technology.
Freaking jaw releases.
Don't tell me that you haven't heard about the pod baby technology. Today, Japan claims they have a sex bot that you can get pregnant because it'll just baby technology, do that baby pod technology.
It's an iron womb built into a freaking sex bot, basically.
Yeah.
That's fucking sick.
That's the end of humanity. Why does man exist?
And I mean like in a bad way, not in a good way.
But on the other side of that, they can make people in a lab. They can make babies in a lab with no man sperm or DNA.
Right,
you can take women's stuff and make people out of that. So in both directions, it's like end of
if
people.
anything, that's like kind of like a off-sided, jab at women. Like, hey, guess what? You can be a bitch, but we don't need you anymore.
Yeah, we got our blowjob machine. They got their simps online for their immediate dopamine of where's my simp crowd to console me. Yeah, we're both covered. No more procreation. End of civilization. Burn us with fire and give us final judgment. It's done. Every time you get to this point, every time you get to AI blowjobs and hordes of simps to let hoes stay hoes, this is when you burn our planet with fire and give us final judgment. Where else do you go from here?
Well, they're gonna leave all the Capitol buildings and all the monuments, all the freaking phallic monoliths. They're gonna leave those all in place. Those are all mostly built out of stone anyway. And then they're just gonna burn everything with the new laser technology they got now on satellites.
That's where those missing Hawaiian kids are. They're burning houses into their footprint. Just act.
Like we're on a fucking prison planet, dude. The only way you can get away from those.
There's a dude that shows the satellite footage that watching this weather or whatever footage, you see that for like an hour it comes down out of the sky and the beam just concentrates.
Oh, you're talking about Dutch. You're talking about Dutch,
right? The Mountain Dew. I'm talking about Mountain Dew. Oh, we got off of fucking Devil's Short Season. What do you want to do, Machine Life? You let me and Cecil just
cook. You kind of brought it back home just now. That's why I was like, oh shit, because you brought it back to Apocalypse. Right? So.
We do that, so it can always come back to that. What we're in.
Apocalypse theory.
That's right.
It's almost apocalypse now. Almost.
Let it be known. The Supreme Uyghur.
Yep.
China better not be oppressing our shit over here. We'll freaking go full Mexican on them.
Yeah. Didn't Adam Lanza come back up again and leave, or is he still here?
He's still gone. He never came back.
I thought
all
he
the
popped
porn
back
talk.
in there for a minute.
It was all the porn talk. He's not old enough to be talking about that stuff. He's too young to know what a porn star is.
Yeah, I want to hear him. I didn't let him make his case on my channel because I was just throwing videos in his face being obnoxious. And he's, if he comes up here, I'd be like, Machine Lies, let's hear him out. He seems to think he walks like walking tall with a 2x4 around this community, and I think he's short on a lot of.
That's what I was interested in. I was interested in your sort of challenge to him, and then and then he's obviously coming back quite hard. I mean, he says you have no.
Hard, but it's not a. This is what I'm saying. He's just showing he in the defense of what doesn't need.
I mean, I heard what you said. I heard what you said on your show, and I wanted to get into some panel news. But yeah, you claim that Lanza has no relevance. I mean, that's essentially.
No, it's he has relevance. He just there. I told him there is a place for him, but stop walking around like, oh, you've got all this figured out and you want to show us the thing because he's still here. Like what? Probably if he started coming around here. Like remember, in a white room, Adam Lanza with no curtains. Like that's how he showed up. It's season 3, late season 3, season 4 at best, you know. And my only issue is he keeps acting like he's going to show us something. We're like, oh, you're just realizing Cynthia's a fake.
No, he laid it. I feel like that's what I like about Lanza is that he laid his cards out in the beginning. He had those 3 principles. He presented his 3 things, and he was like, all right, I'm good to go now. All right.
Are you talking about the thing I haven't watched yet that he keeps telling me to watch?
Yeah, it's like the first or second time he showed up on the Machine Lives. Like he basically laid out his whole philosophy, you know. So
yeah, but then he's done a lot of weird, like, why are you trolling this and not trolling that? He's done some unorthodox panel moves that I would have to think is either a weird style you're attempting, let's see how it plays out, or do you even know what you're doing? It's like I'm not sure which is which.
What shit are you talking about, Cynthia?
I guess he referenced Talcott. I guess he referenced Lanza's moves on Talcott, and
He's
show
always coming around. He's saying the thing I did was better. You should watch my thing. I did it better. That's the type of shit he comes around me saying. Trying to put on airs, trying to second guess me. I'm a fucking lore master. You hear me? Fucking lore master around here. Season 1 Unslavia, before anyone knew of Unslavia in this community, before Unslavia knew this community. Battled those orcs alone. It's my pleasure. What's he saying? Spill my guts about what? I feel like the ball's in your court. You keep telling me a thing and I'm not impressed. I know you panel up, boy. I know you've paneled up before. Come the fuck up here. I'm tired of talking to screen chat.
Never on cam, though. Never on cam.
He shows up on cam sometimes in the yellow room, Adam Lanza. LOL. That's not coming up here. Like, I'm the only one who sees system and benefit. See, what is this shit? Get the fuck up here with this bullshit. The fuck are you saying to me right now, bro?
Hey, you should put in a fat nose ring, Tommy.
I have no control. I didn't make this filter. I have no control.
Oh, you did? Dude, you
no,
should be sick with a fucking.
I have a guy in India that can make. I have a guy in India that can make filters, but I want him to come on my channel for an interview about the time he faked his death, made the memorandum thing for his ex-girlfriend to see. Then he made a fake girl account to make friends with that girlfriend and find out what she's saying about his fake death. And I want to bring him on to talk about it. It's an epic story, guys. I'm trying to get him to come on my channel and talk about it. He faked his death to hear what his ex would say about him.
Right, yeah.
That's how emo. That's how the fuck emo he was about. And she was hot. I give it to her. He was an Indian kind of like almost Snafu-ish Indian guy. He's a better looking guy than Snafu, but you get what I'm saying? This is a hot white girl. I'll be like, damn, that chick was hot, man. What happened? Like,
yeah, it's hard to attain hot white girls at any status of brown person. You know, at any status of brown personhood, hot white
except
girls
for a certain melanin of
a
gangster.
high value commodity. Because if you could get a high value white woman, then you're
Oh
basically
yeah, the high value ones, yeah.
you could grease the wheels of the upper crust of, you know, society and things. Right?
I can show you a popular hot Instagram model that she's a hot, juggy white girl, blonde Instagram model. Had a black guy attained it, but he was putting up with a lot of shit. There was constantly elevator footage at getaways and vacation spots of her like just like once they're in the elevator, just like hitting her black boyfriend, just sticking it to him. Eventually one night, like she ended up cutting him up and accidentally cut him, and he was like, he died, and she was like crying, and she's getting charged about shit after like, yeah, she eventually killed her black ass boyfriend because she's just that much of a hit my boyfriend and escalate shit.
Yeah, chicks are killing people now. It's a new phenomenon where a chick will actually murder you like with a knife or a sharp instrument. Like it's starting to happen more and more because of the rise in mental illness. It's disproportionately affecting females. So I mean, it's just happening that there's a lot of crazy bitches and they will stab you, you know. So yeah, you got to watch out. I mean, you got to keep one eye open at night. I mean, sleep with your pillow. You know,
when I ran at Domino's in Colorado Springs, my primary manager that was already there when I got placed there was a lesbian that had Colorado Springs, a 719 area code tattooed on her neck and various tattoos on her arms. She was constantly missing work because her and her girlfriend would get in like Mexican lesbian fights where they'd both get arrested or try and stab each other. She'd always be missing shifts over that.
That is a factor. Is true crime pods and documentaries. I don't know how many girls I've encountered in the bar, and they say, "You look sexy. You look like the Night Stalker," you know. And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Why do you think the Night Stalker is sexy?"
Everybody's fucking crazy, and a lot of it's social media. I'm glad I got off.
And it always
I
comes
haven't been
down to like,
on-
"Oh, I saw this true crime pod. I saw this documentary." And it's like, oh, this fucking.
Well, yeah, I think all women are watching those. It probably does make a thing about them, you know.
Like this girl's
You're
gonna
right.
this is gonna be a crazy.
Like, why are you always reading into how people got off? You're all about. It's like I'm convinced that hoax wars. Every time I go over there, if they're not talking about PDFs, they're gonna get back around to it. I'm starting to think they're a little.
It's mostly those liberal chicks, though, dude. Like those girls that are raised on a farm aren't like that.
What's going on with Denise and hoax wars this time?
Oh no, Denise is like Broken Arrow. Denise is doing her own thing because she's gone gam on various channels, but I still back her on. I laugh now. I'm like, it's funny that Canuck and Denise were on that. I was a fentanyl dealer thing just off Denise's.
Oh yeah, the Fenty.
I was Denise's. It was an epic number. I think I was like her 333rd sub or whatever number she's close to.
How true is that? I mean, would you ever take credit for that? Or
no, I've never dealt in. I used to sell. I used to be a Mexican brick swag lord on the East Coast. I've never sold fentanyl. I've said that doing meth while in the stock market was like an Adderall effect. She somehow got that telephone story. She thought I sold a bunch of drugs and then invested it in the market. It's like, no, doing meth while investing in the market, I Adderalled the shit. I was way ahead of people on Tesla and shit. I just made a lot of money doing smokable Adderall.
Yeah, because that bitch was saying you were selling the fent.
Oh,
bro.
I know. I made a live about it. I made a track. I made this track that plays eerie music, and it's nothing but cuts of all these different channels hating on me. And when it gets to Denise, it feels dark. She's talking that LaVey church. I'm a pastor of the LaVeyan church and shit. And the music I put to it, it's really fucking. It was dark. And people that didn't know who Denise was were in the chat like, "Oh my god, who is this?" Ew, bro, who is it?
So
Something
you
like that?
wasn't never slanging no blues. You wasn't never slanging no blues or nothing.
No, I don't touch the shit. I was an uppers guy. I
Okay.
know my dealers would be on blues, like they do meth to get off of blues when they needed to get off because it's easier to get off meth than get
Yeah,
off
that's
blues.
what I heard. Yeah.
And then this lesbian couple that their pit bull had bit me, and I just paid for the stitches. Like I don't want it to get put down. One of them was on blues, and one of them was on meth, and that's how two lesbians that were probably already clashing. One of them was on blues, one of them on meth. That marriage was challenged. And they had two big old blockheaded
So,
lesbians.
but you use the blues to get down off the meth, though?
I don't need it. I mean, I would smoke weed if I wanted something, but I don't have problems with substances. I'm like,
Me neither.
Yeah, like I know how to do substance. I was Cecil, that rave era that you say was the guys doing the wrong approach on guys. I was raving back then. Like I know how to do my substances. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah. It was like the 90s mostly.
Late 90s, early 2000s, you'll never have that ecstasy again. It won't exist. It doesn't exist. You'll never have ecstasy that was late
Right.
90s, early 2000s.
That
That
was when
shit
it was first getting popular.
what they made movies about. That was half the movement was that
Right.
level ecstasy euphoria. It was
Now
something.
it's just like they're trying to mix a bunch of different shit together, trying to get to that level, and
Now they just sell kids meth and tell them it's ecstasy. Yeah.
Right.
Because they're shitty dealers. They're shitty fucking
and
dealers.
press it up in some pills with some little
And now they're putting fentanyl in everything. They're putting fentanyl in weed. Yeah, depending on where you get your shit, they're putting fentanyl in everything right now.
Dude, I'd never do hard drugs, bro. People are fucking dropping dead from doing lines of coke because they're lacing it with that shit. And you know, I'm not saying that coke is like not a serious thing, but compared to what some of the other hard drugs do to you, it's relatively really not. You know.
Wait, hold on. Let me address this comment because this
Well,
person is a
fuck
new watcher. Yeah, usually I only obligate myself to cover material in like the first 2 hours. But if you appreciate what I was doing in the first 2 hours, thank you so much. And I may return to it a little bit at the end of the show, but if not, I am starting another show tomorrow morning, so I'll get back into it tomorrow morning if not. But yeah, or in the next time we cover some news items. But yeah, thank you so much, Nemo. Bless you. I open up the panel and stuff. I let people talk, and obviously you're welcome to.
Can we acknowledge that both panels were like, hey, Machine Lies, we're kind of derailing. You okay? You want us to get back on track? You want some derail? So we saw it. We were like, oh, is this faux pas? You want to go back?
I was cool to just talk to these guys for an hour, but yeah, I'm sorry if you.
And if you risk the ad lib, sometimes that's where we find gems. It's like, oh, you let them go. It's a good thing you let them go that day. You never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and actually, Tommy did bring up that millenarianism thing, so it is what it is.
Martin Luther, bro. Martin Luther's my boy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's how you get into to messianism on the Christian side. It's interesting. Yeah.
He also did the printing press, right? Was that him that did the printing press? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Washington Carver. No, that was peanut butter and stuff. Dude, how much of the day do you spend on like the flat floor? Did you injure your back or like when do you?
No, bro, I just sleep on it because normal.
You ain't even got a pillow right now.
No, I do.
All right.
And
I've done the floor
normal mattresses fuck up my back, dude.
Yeah, I've done the lumbar floor sleeping, but when do you get up?
I don't know. When I get up, nigga, shit.
All right. I just feel like you've been rolling around for a while. Like, have a juice. Get the day started. Let's get the day started, Cecil. What do you got on the agenda? You gonna fix your mom's car? Round, round, around the world. Do you remember that album? How old were you when that dropped?
Yeah, I do remember that one.
Daft Punk's Homework. That was a good album. Music.
What am I trying to say?
Music.
Daft Punk is the shit.
Had their time, yeah. I remember when Crystal Method dropped, not the drug. Remember when the two synthesizer guys hit the scene, the Crystal Method, and we realized, oh my God, when he lifts the side of the keyboard up, it's like those keyboard models. That's the wah-wah pedal of those keyboard models. You lift the side of it up, and it looked, and we were like, those guys are so cool. And then they did the soundtrack for was that Mina Savari Hitman movie? Is like Tony Jaa or whoever the guy the Doves would fly out. Who would the Doves fly out for when he started dual wielding pistols? Tony something. But anyway, he's in a movie with Mina Savari. The Hitman, the hit. I forget. But it was where he'd like put the bullet in front of you with your name on it. You'd see your name etched on that bullet. He'd come in the club. You'd be like, what are these doves flying up in the club? And he'd be like approaching your table with the doves flying out. And he'd set the bullet in front of you. And then no matter what anybody does, he like bullet to bam, 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 bam. Then he jumps back and more doves fly out as he bullet time shoots you up. What was that guy's name? Was it a Tony something? Chow Yun Fat. Was it Chow Yun Fat? Chow Yun Fat. Was that the dude? You remember that with the doves, bro, coming out of his sleeves? Like doves flying out of his sleeves while he's shooting?
Some fat hoe.
I think it was Chow Yun Fat. And the director
young fat
Tony
hoe.
Something.
Young fat hoe.
Something.
All my Asian girls, when I go over to Thailand, they call me Hung Dong.
Gutenberg Press. Did Hank nail that trivia? Or did he Google it? Hank, what you typing away in the chat like a broken hoe? Let's get the day started, Hank. Get up here. Was printing press a Google, or is that off the top of your black ass mind?
What off the top of your black ass? Shit, nigga.
I'm telling you, Hank keeps telling me I got him wrong. I'm like, I want to know. Come show me that. I'm not saying that
see Hank all up in one of them freaking. Hey, since Hank's all about hats, I want to see Hank up in one of them little pantyhose looking hats. You know what I'm saying? The black dudes like always like. Yeah. But wearing do-rags and shit.
I clocked in at 3 a.m. Then you're 6 hours in. What, you got 2 hours left? You're on 412s? You're on 412s, 5/8s? What you working there, Hank? I bet you if I was a torso, you'd reply faster. I had one of the very first torsos when that shit was first being devised, back when you could still get stuff. Back when the primary thing was Adam and Eve. Remember Adam and Eve catalogs? I got the first it was like just an ass and vag like sticking back, like a big old pile of that silicone stuff in a doggy ass. I was like, what is this crazy contraption? It's when I was working.
Sex toys are for weirdos, dude. Sex toys are for weirdos.
No, this was when it was a new thing. The silicone was the same way I was like, oh, the $300 AI, we're on lockdowns. You only live once. I want to know what they're talking about, what they created here. It was just for the firsthand experience. Like, so when I saw that you could buy a big old silicone pile of doggy style ass and like you even had an extra hole that you inserted what Hank would know as the vibrating egg. Oh, you'd eventually fuck that hole too. Just like, fuck it, it's the vibrating egg hole. Why can't I fuck it? It's just a pile of silicone, Cecil. Don't get weird. Don't make it weird. It's not a thing. No, you make it a thing. I mean, if you've lubed, if you've ever used I don't know what something
like when we was up in jail and shit.
Pool noodle. If you've ever fucked a swimming pool noodle, why not a silicone thing?
You cut the hole out of the center of the bologna and throw it down inside of the sock and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no! When I was a kid, I had a skateboarding accident. No, I had a skateboarding accident where they gave me a double-sided plastic thing that wraps around your ankle, but the interior was some kind of squishy silicone. Oh, that was pre-Fleshlight era. I was like a teenager. I ripped the middle. I eventually said, why am I not tearing this fucking squishy shit out? Why am I not jerking off with this? That was like 90s, like mid to early 90s, bro. Get
You
on my
mean an
fucking
ankle bracelet for your probation?
No, an ankle thing like busting my ankle up street skating and stuff. It wasn't like a boot, just like a basic ankle harness. It was like squishy on the inside, but firm plastic wraparound thing. When I didn't need that anymore, I was like, why am I not fucking this squishy blue film? That was like early 90s innovation, guys. They just beat me to the patent on flashlights. I had the vision while people were fucking melons and fucking jars of peanut butter. And what did I say about
packs of bologna?
Yeah,
Fucking packs of bologna.
I was like, why am I not fucking this ankle brace squishy blue film squishy stuff? And then if I had the mind for it, I heard women or gay tranny guys talking about a Victoria's Secret insert for women that wanted bigger bust, but you don't want that job. It's just like silicone inserts in the bras or something. It's like, yeah, a kid probably tried to fuck those if his sister or mom had him. He probably tried to fuck silicone. It's silicone, right? Like the titties. I should try and fuck that when my sister's not around. Not me. Kansas, not Kansas.
I try to keep my dick away from silicone. It causes cancer.
What doesn't?
Yeah.
Get 75 years and quit crying. Victim. Quit
The
whining
mass
about it. Get
exodus
75
when you were talking about that was very interesting.
It's like, what if I lived to 75 and I got to eat all that Burger King and McDonald's, did meth and stuff? I still made it to 75. Who cares? What are you crying about?
Yeah.
75 is a blessing.
Yeah, 12 more minutes. I'll start covering the news again, guys. So just
do it now. Let's come back on it now. How do we stop this? I've been waiting for someone to stop me. Let's do news.
I mean, I just want to. I have my own time requirements. I mean, it is.
I don't want to.
I open up a panel too.
What I'm doing in this lane. I don't want to merge out of this lane. I wouldn't want to do what I'm doing too. I'm sorry.
T-Reigns.
Fuck yeah, you're all a bunch of wiggers.
But yeah, the Ramadan committee, the elders have spoken. So, it is what it is.
Have you covered your own version of all the things that are going to go down on April 8th? Whether astrology,
God came down and said, stop having sex with baloney. All right, that's a
baloney
sin.
is a weird thing. That does seem weird because you don't know how many meats are in that bologna, and then you're just adding your meat. It's weird.
Salty Siren with a hot take over here. She said, if fucking was unholy, we wouldn't have to do it to reproduce. Get over it. And then the classic skull mark.
No, that it's not unholy to do it properly like that, but Salty Siren needs to still acknowledge the 33, the Santa looping the 33 chimney, or the Jesus 33 chimney of resurrecting back, like the cycle of that semen retention.
Fuck yeah.
Listen, Salty Siren has yet to answer me. I'm not going to loop with her anymore. I'm just going to show her that the universe had dropped me my fucking 311 dog tags. I don't know if you were there at that live stream, Salty. I walk that trail all the time, but one day it just throws this busted ass 311. I don't know if that's off of county fucking power equipment or a bike fucking thing, but it was like, hey, 311 boy, there's 11.3. Inverse it. Oh, 311, 11.3. You know what I'm talking about, Skull. Yep. Skull zoomer hieroglyphic. She knows. She's my big fish witch. But if you see the day you die, you know all the days before that aren't the day you die. Yeah.
I bet you rape beef jerky, Tommy.
Rape beef jerky? Oh, you mean with my dick? No, but in a eating sense, I will put a raping on some beef jerky. Elk jerky, various jerkies.
You don't speak to me like that. I'm a holy man.
The fuck you are.
Is Salty Siren secretly some like gay dude that just wants us to all imagine?
No,
she's hot chick.
I constantly commend her. She's one of the few, like, season 1, maybe even pilot, unslaved, but she's made enough of her existence that you don't just pass her off as the cult. Like, she's just a day walker. Like, she's still cult as fuck, but she can function in this community without being all Paul about everything.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. And she's also caught some hate from the CBO crew where I'm like, bring that shit to me, man. Like, I hear you over there. I got some shit for CBO. If he outed Jeremy, great. But I still got some shit for CBO, and he knows it's coming. Let me put my Adam Green.
Hey, what is that? Where even is that dude? He has to freaking get a job because of his probation and like pay his child support and all this other shit, dude.
Who are you talking about?
CBO.
Bring me Adam Green. What you want to do, boy?
Adam Green at least has some credibility in the content that he, and some of his stuff makes sense. Okay, let me tell you the big difference between Adam Green and Dawson. Okay, Dawson is one of these guys who tries to pander to these 4chan autists and shit. It tries to tell them, oh yeah, National Socialism would never work because all these different races and
you got to get rid of the races, right?
Well, yeah, every race in their place. Every race in their place, and that's the way it's always been from the beginning, right?
I hear you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Their place.
Okay. Every race in their place, but at least Adam Green is like, okay, well, from the beginning, we've people have always lived like that.
Yeah, we've always been fighting off each other's race. We're almost done too. We almost got it.
We've always been, even when we were living back in caves, we were always like a racially homogenous people that were like, this is my nation, my country, my people.
Lizard brain.
And, and he's not even saying that he believes in that. He's just saying that, like, well, yeah, that's kind of like how our species has been from the beginning.
There are downsides to diversity, but it's also lizard brain that you just pair up with what looks like you. You just group up with the thing that looks like you on your lizard brain level.
Well, yeah.
And there's benefits to, what do we call it, diversity, but also we're very much seeing like negatives to it as you diversify with people that have no attachment to like a country and its culture. We're going to see it.
Yeah, and they do have lots of connection to like banks and lawyers and little hats and stuff like that. But
well, the ones that don't have connection to our country are the ones that are being flooded in for quantity and future voting, possibly militant.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those guys. I try to forget, although I'm sure I can. I noticed
they walk by my window constantly.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too, but they're mostly being flooded into these not so diverse areas. I noticed because us racist rednecks out in the country, we need to get us some of their diversity.
But so also they're being moved into ghettos. They're being moved into ghettos, so when the support is rug pulled out from under them, they'll start kicking in ghetto doors, and it'll be its own. It's like you got your Crips and Bloods back. It's just desperate.
Well, come on, bro. At this point,
or whatever you want to call them, transplants that had their support pulled out from under them. Now they're just going to be in dire straits. And then there's the ghetto already live there that'll fight back. Like, nobody's kicking in my door without me fighting back.
God bless TML for being able to survive in the ghetto and persevere on his endeavors. And everybody who lives in the war zone that is known as Detroit or Chicago.
It's being Saudi Aurora. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? But yes, props to TML. TML, I've been forgetting to ask you. Is Detroit still on that level where you can get the whole, like, buy a whole block of houses for like $5,000? Is it still on that level right now?
Yeah, they got all types of weird housing situations. They even have like mini homes, hood. Like they have like all types of hoods. mini
Are there
hoods, big
places that
hoods.
look like the Tyler Durden Fight
They
Club
even
house,
have
like it is
nice.
just out in industrial nothingness?
They have nice buildings that look like the suburbs and shit in the middle of the city too. So they have all types of shit in the city. I
I want
mean,
to hear about that Fallout sounding, that desperate looking shit.
yeah, but they got some. Yeah, they got
Real
some.
life by quantity,
Yeah,
for
they got
cheap.
some pretty bad looking shit too. Like
And
around
then
like
open it up as like an airsoft LARPing arena or something. You just got blocks and blocks of burnout houses for airsoft LARPing. If you
well,
don't actually get
it's
shot in
also
that.
like businesses and shit. It's just like boarded up shit. You know, it's just a lot of boarded up businesses too.
Airsoft.
Yeah.
Mhm. As long as it just kick some of the doors in so that it can be accessible and like, oh.
And there's also like old factories and shit that are just up and they just have nothing. Like there's just like there's just an old factory building. That's all like the windows are broken and shit. Like there's no roof on that bitch. And it's just like, like there's shit like that too, where it's just like an abandoned factory,
I have a video on a phone somewhere whenever I used to install this low voltage system. We did this hospital where like a whole half of the nursing home hospital, it's all cordoned off for construction and future shit. And I had to go through it and do stuff, but it was just like if you've seen the back rooms, I was just going through empty hallway with empty rooms and I was like deep in it because it's like half of a hospital and I was just making a video of it. It was very surreal. It was crazy. It was like a backrooms video.
Yeah, bless you and your family, Gary. Talk to you soon, brother.
Be careful, Gary. I've heard about like people dying at gender reveal stunts, like explodey things for gender reveal have like killed one of the parents. Shit's crazy, right? Shit's crazy. You're just doing a played up gender reveal with something that explodes and it kills one of the parents. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. See what this one is. It's got music. I'm sorry. Not all of them have music. You never know.
Dude,
what is
I
this?
wanna
This is the
see
Galaxy.
Hashtag there are only two. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, I typed punk and it started doing pink shit. I get it. Sorry. You were saying, Cecil?
oh, I was just gonna say, to be honest with you, man, I'm really pretty ignorant as far as Colorado goes, other than like
No, a lot of things, but we love you. We love
Denver has got the base underneath it, right?
Technically. Like I worked at DIA. A lot of those tunnels under DIA they installed an advanced, expensive luggage moving system for all the concourses and shit, and then realized it was still cheaper and more efficient to just have people doing it the way with what they were using. Like the advanced new technology TML they found was still insufficient and they went back to the old way, but it gives you a lot of extra tunnels to think are a thing. And my other thing is NORAD is in Colorado Springs, like the NORAD, and there's also an airport in Colorado Springs. So why would you do something played up in Denver when you have NORAD in the Springs? And why would you need DIA even for tunnels when there's an airport you could land the president at in Colorado Springs and then just tunnel to NORAD from there? And NORAD was already
That's an obvious target. I mean, I don't know.
But it's a target because you can't touch it. It's in Pikes Peak. Like that Paramount Pictures looking mountain, it's in there. And it's got those big fallout feet and feet of steel thick vault doors.
Oh, right.
And even though
That's
they say NORAD's not
Crystal Mountain from the freaking Terminator movies and shit. The base that John Connor goes to.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like that, yeah. And there's even the road up to it. There's a sign that says there are no more warning signs after this sign, and that sign is bullet riddled from the guard station that can see you from there and will fill your car full of holes. That's why that last sign is full of holes. Like, no more warning signs. Stop driving up it unless you're like, credentialed. And that is, even though we don't use that for the NORAD shit anymore, you don't just decommission a place like that. It's still something. And now they just don't have to talk about it as much because that's not the prime NORAD spot, but it's still a mountain vault. And it deepens. Some of the tunnels to DIA is they could add another concourse if they need to. Like there's 1, 2, and 3, or A, B, and C, whatever the 3 are right now. They've already dug the tunnels for the 4th one if they want to add a 4th one. So that, but there are weird statues and paintings. There is a time capsule in the airport by the Freemasons that I think the year to opens like 2080 something, 2070 something. We could check. And the horse statue did kill the artist when they were erecting it. That definitely happened. And it's evil as fuck looking. And there is weird artsy little clues and placements around the airport. As far as the tunnels, as far as the president tunnels and getting to the NORAD from there, I don't see why they wouldn't just land you in the spring. And there is a weird Aztec looking hotel that Obama had come to here. It's weird Aztec looking building that's like I forget what company hotel it is, but all the big deal shit with
There's
presidents.
a secret military base under Denver Airport, bro.
There's awareness, there's a naval base in Denver. Try and wrap your head around that. There's like an Air Force Army naval base in Denver, a couple of them. And then in the Springs, there's 2 bases that I worked. I ran retail stores that were on them. But there's Peterson Air Force Base and Fort Carson Army Base in the Springs, and NORAD, and the bases up here in Denver. There's a lot of shit going on around Colorado, and that's why I saw a Tic Tac. I think I've seen a Tic Tac in 2008, 2009, sober as a gym rat. I've seen a Tic Tac with my own eye. I watched it shoot off into the mountain range like Star Trek intro style. Almost stretchy. Almost got stretchy, but it was like yoink, just out into the mountain range. From standstill in the air, like I noticed it because it was sitting in the air on a clear blue day. It was great Tic Tac. And then just yoink out to the mountain range. No startup, just went. No buildup. No contrails. No propeller.
That's pretty dope.
And then a guy up here in Thornton, he's caught it on camera lots of times for the news over the years. But yeah, Tic Tac. What? We've anally probed you for generations. All we found is 1 in 6 don't mind.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't know if you're there, but yeah, I wanted to get into that geopolitics with you as well because you seem interested in that topic. Lanza, what's going on?
Oh, he's back.
What's up?
That's the big talk. What's up?
Well, I got actually going a little bit, so I'm gonna have to shut the.
Did you do the news? Are we still distracting news?
Yeah, I gotta shut this panel down and do the news, the rest of the news. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I think I'll just Cecil, you want to give some closing shit? Go ahead.
Sure. Oh, do you have a flu, Cecil? You have the flu?
Nah, bro. Nah. I get sick like
Good
once
drop
every
out.
year and a half. The people who propagated the Vril Society, they don't do Tic Tacs. They do discs. That's actually what Hanabu means. It's like flying disc. And you know, Star Wars was a documentary, and we got bases on the dark side of the moon already. They just don't talk about them. I mean, if you think Guantanamo Bay is some deep shit, if, you know, you go to the dark side of the moon to go before to enter the galactic core. And that's also where we meet up with the aliens so they can give us our supply of, you know, what's that stuff? Anyway, yeah. The anti-aging powder that keeps all of our politicians young forever. And yeah, have a blessed day and try to stay safe.
Peace, Cecil. And we got another show coming up tomorrow morning at 11 or so. But yeah, you know, I'm gonna check out some of this news with our friend Tariq. And yeah, blessings, brother, man.
Of course.
And I'll talk to you soon. Hit me up today if you think of anything interesting or if you see anything weird. But yeah,
don't be a
bless you, man.
fucking wigger.
All right, peace.
Oh my god.
Yo, thank you for joining the panel, Cecil, and yeah, we'll have Cecil tomorrow morning probably. You know what I mean? We'll be chilling out here with Cecil again, obviously. But yeah, let's see what Tarek says about this news. I know he's gonna be talking about this geopolitics shit. But yeah, blessings.
Assalamu alaikum, Machine Lies.
What's going on?
Good. Are you talking about the stuff that you were talking about earlier about
Yeah, that's right.
Israel and all that?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it talks about how he gave a special call to Bush. You want to check out some of this? This is interesting. You know, what I mean, it gets pretty interesting. You know.
Yeah, I would like to check it out because I know a little bit about it because I lived back home a little bit and I still talk to my parents and some of my relatives back home. So, and the sad part is there still some, even my family members still think like Russia and Iran are fighting for human rights and stuff like that. But yeah,
Yeah,
let's
that's
watch
right.
that.
That's right. Yeah, that's the problem, right? They think that they don't understand the false dialectic between this Russia and the U.S. I mean, like they don't understand it at all. So that's the beginning of their confusion, you know. And then people think that Trump is against the government and stuff, you know. So they create a false idol out of Trump, you know. So there's all these delusions going on. And yeah, that's what I was trying to cover a little bit. But yeah, let's get into it a little bit.
And Afghanistan.
Just like Putin was already setting the groundwork for that narrative and for the war on terror narrative.
Remember, Putin began sowing the
Right. See, he's going to war with the Chechens, right? So he's already starting the war on terror in Russia. And also he's working with the Israeli intelligence to fight the Muslims because they're experts at fighting, you know, Islamic terror or whatever, you know. So you fight with the Israelis, you know, so they go into becoming allies, Russia, Israel, and America. And this creates this whole thing with the war on terror, you know, this global war on terror, you know, where just 10 years ago they were allies and now today they're going to war with each other, you know, which is interesting, you know. And obviously you know, Biden given the award by Kushner, you know, is interesting fact. And you know, all of these people are obviously tied into Israel and America, the American politics run by Israel too. So it's all crazy.
You're 100% on
2 years
point.
prior, and also blamed bin Laden and Afghanistan 2 days before 9/11.
The American people have arrived from right around the world. Elizabeth
This is the morning after Putin's response, the morning after.
Palmer reports now from Moscow.
You think Putin is just like naive or being duped or didn't know that there was something bigger behind this? Give me a break. He's in on it. He played a role in this.
Overnight, visibly shocked and grieving Russians placed flowers and messages of support outside the American embassy in Moscow. We remember the terrorist bombings of apartment buildings here, says Anya, and we know the fear people feel when they aren't even safe in their own homes. When I first saw the pictures, I couldn't believe my eyes, said Eduard. I thought I was watching a science fiction movie. Shortly after the first plane crashed, Russia's Security Council met in emergency session.
Isn't that interesting?
So of course, who was there when they started the Chechnyan apartment bombing, so-called, that they blamed the Chechens for, that they found was linked to the Russian intelligence and also Putin being part of the KGB. And then all of a sudden he's here again and he's taking advantage of 9/11, you know, the terrorist attacks, you know, being basically, you know, part of the whole scheme there. And he's showing up again and saying it's just like the Chechnyan apartment bombings. So he's saying we had to deal with Islamic terror too. So he's given this whole, so it's like deja vu with the media over there, you know.
TML, I'm glad you're shedding light on this because a lot of even Muslims, like I just said, even my family, some of them, they're confused. They think, you know, otherwise. So I'm glad you're shedding light on this.
Yeah, because sometimes the Shias think like Iran is their friend because they're Shias. But the Iranians, you know, this guy Khomeini, he was actually involved in all sorts of interesting things. If you read Khomeini's writings, he did all sorts of new shit. Like he combined Sharia law with socialism, you know, which is like a big no-no. You know, like why is he trying to make the and they were part of this whole system where they were trying to modernize Islam. See, this is a type of weird thing. They're trying to create almost a new way of Islam. You know, so people who think that they're Shias, you know, they're actually following some kind of weird, you know, type of sect or whatever, or they're just doing it for the Persians. You know, they don't support Shias all over the world or anything like that, or Muslims all over the world. That's not their aim. And they're working with these people like Russia, you know, to go against. So you know, in one way they're going against the West, and another way they're working with Putin, who's working with the West, and also Saudi Arabia and also Israel. You know, because they're trying to control the oil profits. You know, and yeah, so it's very interesting how it all plays out. You know, they're all actually working together behind the scenes. You know.
Yep. And Khomeini, if I'm right, TML Khomeini, when he's in prison for 4 years, after I think I don't know 5 years after or so, Iran, when they had a riot, when people actually were trying to get their like rights, because you know in Iran they're very strict as well, Sharia law and other stuff. They shut the internet down just to let people know, the Muslims that are confused. They shut the internet down and they shot people on site. On site. That's not Islamic. Just to let people know.
Yeah, they did a lot of stuff. They worked with the Shah, the CIA, to overthrow the democratically elected leader. And then when the Shah came in and talked about the power, they had him overthrown. Then they had a war with Iraq. They put Saddam Hussein in power. You know, they were working with the socialists and the Islamists, you know, fostering all these terrorist groups. We covered how they created the Muslim Brotherhood that created the Hamas, you know, terror groups in order to overthrow the government of Egypt at the time, because Egypt was going to war against Israel. And
You're
they
right.
had a secular government in Egypt. So they funded the Islamists to overthrow the secular government in Egypt. They did the same thing in Iran. You know, so it's actually very interesting if you follow the map of how they did those operations, you know.
And
Yeah.
in TML, they did the same thing in Lebanon. Iran, you know, started a proxy of Hezbollah, and Lebanese people, most of them think that Hezbollah is fighting for their cause against Palestine and all that, and they don't understand that they're playing them. And that's the sad part, because, like you said, either Hamas or Hezbollah, it doesn't matter. They're both controlled, like you said, just exactly like you said.
Yeah, the Palestinians, they wanted a secular group of freedom fighters to represent them, but they killed them off, and they escaped to all sorts of countries. You know, they escaped first to you know, Jordan, and then to Lebanon. And that's why they started they chased them through Jordan, through Lebanon, and the US and Israel invaded Lebanon. You know, so yeah, that's why a lot of the Lebanese Shia population is in Dearborn, is because of the 80s, when they went to war with Lebanon. So it's very interesting history that even affects you know, the city of Detroit, Dearborn, where we live, you know, really, you know, in a fascinating way. But yeah.
After the first plane crashed, where many people didn't even know it was a terrorist attack until the second plane crashed. But immediately when it crashed, they were already meeting.
Plane crashed. Russia's security Shortly after the first plane crashed, Russia's Security Council met in emergency session. The national militia has been put on alert, and airspace over Moscow and St. Petersburg has been closed. President Vladimir Putin spoke on Russian television to express his sympathy and his outrage. This goes beyond the United States' national borders, he said. It's a wanton act of contempt against all humanity.
See, he goes, this isn't about America. We need a global war on terror, just like Ehud Barak said on BBC, just like Netanyahu is writing his books calling for.
I want to tell the American people on behalf of Russia, we are with you. We share and feel your pain. We support you. Coverage of the unfolding tragedy was carried live in special programming on Russian television most of the day. Newspaper sales were brisk as Russians, many of whom have visited or have family in the United States, searched for details.
I've been many times in the World Trade Center, and I can imagine what is it. And it's terrible. It's incredible.
This morning, the American embassy in Moscow is under heavier guard than usual, and the flag is flying at half-mast. The Russian government says it has a plane load of emergency rescue specialists waiting to take off from Moscow's airport if the American government should ask for assistance. Elizabeth Palmer, CBS News, Moscow.
They put their arm around you to protect you and save you and make everything better. Meanwhile, FSB bombings in Moscow, the Zionist involvement in 9/11, and then look at this. They also give us, just like the Israeli ambassador's son designed the monument for the One World Trade Center in 9/11. Well, Russia gave us a nice little teardrop ripping apart this tower here as well. Such great allies, right, guys?
A lot of people in alternative media will criticize the US for not having sufficient evidence to blame bin Laden. But then they're completely silent on Putin, who said that Russia needs no proof of the guilt of bin Laden.
He was like all over the place saying Russia needs no proof. Like that was the narrative. Just like Bush said, just that was the narrative. We don't need proof. We don't need proof. This is an act of war. Here's Putin's first comments since the attack. Look at some of these now. We'll zoom in. We can zoom in like this. This is what Putin said immediately after the attack. He says, I have no doubt that the leaders of the United States and President Bush will do everything in their power so that the peaceful citizens will not suffer. I have no doubts at all. That's Vladimir Putin, Ryan, praising Bush. And then Putin says, such a colossal loss. And it's funny that they call it bombings because the official story is no bombs, right? Just like Israel tweeted September 11th bombings. Colossal loss cannot pass unnoticed or go without an adequate response. I think this campaign was not only expected by those who fight terrorism, but was expected by the terrorists themselves. Well, he expected it all right. The Russian Federation has already announced the parameters of this participation in the anti-terrorist operation, and they remain unchanged. Right there, arm in arm with Israel and America launching the war on terror. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Monday that he was certain that the United States was doing everything possible to avoid civilian losses in Afghanistan. Putin said the U.S.-led attacks on Afghanistan were justified, considering the thousands of people who were killed when hijacked planes crashed the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and Pennsylvania. Interesting, too, that the Soviets tried to invade Afghanistan, so not surprising that they would like this. Oh, wait, and then more on the no proof. Here's Putin says, this is October 2nd, 2001. Putin says Russia needs no more evidence of bin Laden's guilt. We don't need evidence. Putin says terrorists are like bacteria. They attach themselves to whichever organism they find and feed off it. Sounds a little anti-Semitic. Vladimir Putin, the Russian Federal Security Bureau, the FSB, doesn't need any additional proof to associate bin Laden with the September 11th terrorist attacks. The fight, quote, the fight against terrorism can only be effective if it is sophisticated, Putin said after talks with Belgium's prime minister. The effort will never work unless we unite the whole international community.
It's really weird because this is way before the recent events of the global situation, right? They got this global war, right? And he's comparing it to bacteria. He says Putin called international terrorists bacteria, quote unquote, and said a global alliance was needed to fight them. Okay, fill in the blanks if that reminds you of anything recently, right? I mean, that's very interesting terminology, right?
In a common front against terrorism, exactly what Ehud Barak called for on the morning of 9/11. The Russian leader expressed support for eventual U.S. military action against those responsible. I believe he even said it was at one point they were saying that Saddam Hussein did it. Putin said, we are ready to strengthen our cooperation with NATO. That's to take NATO's focus off of Soviet communism and focused on the war on terror and European military structures to give a new quality to our relationship. Again, new lies for old Anatoly Golitsyn, like 101 agenda, communist agenda. European Union officials praised Putin for throwing his support behind the American-led anti-terrorist coalition. Oh, how it benefited Putin.
Putin criticized Saudi Arabia for refusing to let the U.S. launch attacks against Afghanistan from bases on its territory. Quote, it's not a question of soldiers preparing strikes against Muslims, but rather of soldiers preparing strikes against terrorists. One of the main focuses after 9/11 was the invasion of Afghanistan. If Saudi Arabia was truly a main culprit in 9/11, as the gatekeepers claim, why the hell would Saudi Arabia not aid the bombing of Afghanistan?
Okay. That's enough of that for now. But yeah, you guys get the picture for now. And let me read an article that I have related to these issues on Donald Trump, right? Entitled From Russia with Love, right? And we're going to be talking about Trump's connections here. It says, in September in 1987, following a trip to Moscow, while under the tutelage of Arthur J. Finkelstein's protege, Roger Stone, Trump took out a full-page advertisement in 3 major newspapers criticizing the Reagan administration's foreign policy that was overtly pro-Russian in its call for dismantling of the Western alliance under the headline, quote, there's nothing wrong with America's foreign defense policy that a little backbone can't cure, unquote. Asked why he had done so, his spokesperson said, quote, there's absolutely no plan to run for mayor, governor, or United States senator. I will not comment about the presidency, unquote. A month later, though he did, quote unquote, I'm not running for anything, he told the New York Times. While adding, quote, I believe that if I did run for president, I'd win, unquote. Quote, you know who really wants me to do this, unquote, Trump asked rhetorically when Washington Post inquired about his sudden announcement to run for president. Quote, Roy Cohen, unquote, said Roy Cohen. At the time, Trump had retained the law firm of Black, Manafort, and Stone shortly after it was established in 1980, whose 3 partners, Arthur's boys, quote unquote, Charles Black, Paul Manafort, and Roger Stone, had just played vital roles in Ronald Reagan's landslide victory in 1984. Charles Black, Paul Manafort, and Roger Stone, right? Trump had met Stone, the notorious dirty trick specialist, and his colleague Paul Manafort through Roy Cohen, who had become his mentor. Okay. And they're friends with Estee Lauder and other people, right? But yet, Roy Cohen was a mentor of Trump, and also he was a early defender of McCarthy. So he was a proponent of Senator McCarthy and his campaign, right? But yeah, Cohen. Yeah, that's right, exactly. Yeah, Cohen. It's actually Cohn. It's a misspelling by our friend Nemo, who's very astute in this type of information. But yeah, McCarthyism. You have the McCarthyism fame. Exactly. That's true. Yeah, Earl Pipe, shit posters from the chance made up those Trump piss stories. Yeah. But yeah, let's go back to this shit. Trump recounts the art of the deal that he had been invited to Moscow by Soviet Ambassador Yuri Dubinin. Dubinin's daughter, Natalia Dubinina, who was part of the Soviet delegation to the UN, recounted that when her father visited in New York in March of 1986, she took him to see Trump Tower. Dubinin was, that's Dubinin, was apparently so impressed that he insisted on meeting its owner. In a breach of the usual protocol, Dubinin took the elevator and paid him a visit. Following some carefully worded flattery, Dubinina said, Trump, she said, quote, Trump melted at once. He is an emotional person, somewhat impulsive. Let me scroll down here. He needs recognition, and of course he needs and of course when he gets it, he likes it. My father's visit worked on him like honey to a bee, unquote. According to Natalia, it was all part of a determined effort by Soviet government to recruit Trump. 6 months later, Trump was invited to a luncheon held by Leonard Lauder, the businessman's son of Estee Lauder, where he was seated next to Dubinin. Estee Lauder was a friend of Roy Cohen. Lauder's brother, Ronald, also close friend of Roy Cohen, has also been close to Donald Trump, who had been friends since they were teenagers, as both attended the Wharton School at University of Pennsylvania together in 1960s. They shared the same social and political circles in New York City. Lauder is a president of the World Jewish Congress, WJC, which was founded in 1936 through the support of the American Jewish Congress. Maintaining his position of the president of the AJC, Rabbi Stephen Wise was also elected president of the World Jewish Congress. It was Rabbi Enthymeme, and to eliminate the opiate, who pointed out that Frankists introduced Sabbateanism on a large scale in Judaism, principally through the Reform and conservative movements, as well as Zionist-leaning organizations like the American Jewish Congress, the World Jewish Congress, and B'nai B'rith. Lauder is also a close friend of Roy Cohen, whose influential father, Albert Cohen, was the longtime president of B'nai B'rith's powerful New England, New York chapter, and Roy Cohen himself was a member of B'nai B'rith Banking and Finance Lodge. In 1991, Charles Bronfman and billionaire Les Wexner, who built Victoria's Secret, Pink, Express, and The Limited into one of America's all-time great retail fortunes, formed the Mega Group, a secretive group of billionaires to which belongs Ronald Lauder. Media profiles of the group describe it as a, quote, a loosely organized club of 20 of the nation's wealthiest and most influential Jewish businessmen, unquote, focused on, quote, philanthropy and Jewishness, unquote, with membership dues upward of 30,000 per year. Mega group members founded or have been closely associated with some of the most well-known pro-Israel organizations. For instance, members Charles Bronfman and Michael Steinhardt and Birthright Taglit, with the backing of President Netanyahu. Leslie Wexner himself has documented ties to both organized crime and U.S. and Israeli intelligence, right? Wexner obviously is connected to Epstein, right? And also the Bronfman daughters, right? They were part of the Nexium cult. You know what I mean? But yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. There's no obligation to be on the panel. But yeah, bless you. Thank you so much for coming up on the panel. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah. But yeah, Leslie Wexner, right? And also the Bronfman daughters connected to Roger Stone, running the Nexium cult with Roger Stone. You guys know about that? Interesting stuff. Anyways, let's go on here. Let me keep an eye on the time here. Yeah, I gotta go in like 10 minutes. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. And yeah, I gave a few examples. I'll give a rundown of what I went through here at the end and talk about what I'm talking about tomorrow. If all things go well. Other well-known groups associated with the mega group include the World Jewish Congress, whose past president was mega group member Edgar Bronfman, and B'nai B'rith, particularly its spinoff known as Anti-Defamation League. The Bronfman brothers were major donors to the ADL, with Edgar Bronfman serving in the ADL secondary honorary national vice chair for several years. Mega group member Max Fisher founded the National Jewish Coalition, now part of the Republican Jewish Coalition, and the main pro-Israel neoconservative political lobbying group known for its support of hawkish policies, whose current chief patrons, Sheldon Adelson and Bernard Marcus, are among Donald Trump's top donors, right? This guy, Sheldon Adelson, he funds the Republicans, and then, and then that Haim Saban, he's the funder for Hillary Clinton and all of these types of people, right? Anyways, Lauder, who was long-standing ties to Benjamin Netanyahu himself, has been alleged to have ties to the Mossad, as he was in a long-time funder of IDC, Herzliya, an Israeli university closely associated with Mossad and their recruiters, as well as Israeli military intelligence. Lauder co-founded the Eastern European Broadcasting Network, CETV, with Mark Palmer, a former U.S. diplomat, Kissinger aide, and Reagan speechwriter. Palmer is best known for co-founding the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, an organization funded by Richard Mellon Scaife, Scaife, and often described as an accessory to U.S. intelligence. And one of the first president confessed to the Washington Post that, quote, a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA, unquote. When Rudy Giuliani first ran for mayor in 1989, he was challenged by Lauder, who was backed by Senator Alphonse D'Amato. Guided by the quote-unquote merchant of venom, Arthur J. Finkelstein. According to the Jerusalem Post, quote, Finkelstein was largely responsible for the strategy that brought Netanyahu's victory in the 1996 general elections, unquote. Finkelstein has strong ties to pro-Israel officials. He helped elect as well as Jewish Republican politicians. He also has some close relationships with leaders of the American Jewish community, where he keeps a low profile. And keeping with his usual style, Larry Weitzner, CEO of political consulting firm Jamestown Associates, said of his mentor, quote, he prefers to work behind the scenes and can let the candidate do the talking, unlike other consultants who prefer to be Fox TV stars, unquote. A CNN report on Finkelstein had this to say about him, quote, he is the stuff of Hollywood, a man who can topple even the most powerful foes, yet so secretive that few have ever seen him. Finkelstein has been compared to criminal mastermind Kaiser Soze in The Usual Suspects. Ron Lauder did business with Russian oligarchs Lev Lviv, both buying large shares in two media companies, Channel 10 and Israel Plus. Lauder is close to Petra Avin, co-founder of Alpha Bank, with whom he worked on setting up an art gallery. Both Lauder and Avin, Aven, sit on the board of patrons. Okay. Together with fellow Alpha founder Mikhail Friedman. Lauder Institute. Partnered with Alpha to present an award to Deutsche Bank in 2006 for conducting successful business in Russia. The jury for Lauder's Institute Alpha Bank Award includes Peter Avin, Ronald's brother, Leonard, and Richard Burt. In November 2014, German Khan and Mikhail Friedman visited London to discuss business and charity giving, spent Shabbat with Lauder and other representatives of the Jewish community. Lauder has been a member of the leadership circle of the Global Communication and Education Campaign. Auschwitz past and present, along with Len Blavatnik, Jared Kushner's business partner, Yuri Milner, and Steven Spielberg, founder of USC Shoah Foundation. Lauder has also worked on Jewish causes alongside Roman Abramovich. As Trump recounted in The Art of the Deal in 1987, Dubinin sent him a congratulatory letter relating to him the Gas Communist, the leading Soviet state agency for international tourism, had expressed interest in pursuing a joint project to construct and manage a hotel in Moscow. According to Viktor Suvorov, a former GRU military spy, the KGB ran in tourist and all expenses paid trip had arranged by Vitaly Churkin, who served as UN ambassador to Russia. After the trip, the New York Times reported that Trump, quote, met with Soviet leader Mikhail S. Gorbachev The ostensible subject of their meeting was the possible development of luxury hotels in the Soviet Union by Mr. Trump. But Mr. Trump calls for nuclear disarmament were also well known to the Russians, unquote. Anyways, there's also the well-known cases of him being bailed out by Wilbur Ross and also his dad helping the Shabbat Lubavitch community build some of their community centers, right? His dad, Fred Trump, right? Anyways, see what the chat is saying here. Bronfman daughters, right? That's right. Yeah, this is Livingstone, David Livingstone. Trying to get him on the show. We'll see if we can do it. It'd be dope to get him on this show. Shout out to Hank O'Flamio. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, shit is crazy. Let's go a little bit more into some of this stuff. See if I can find some more shit here. Let me play some of this. Maybe figure out what's going on here. And then we'll leave it to Beaver. You know what I mean? But yeah, figure out some of the origins of these guys, Trump and Putin, and their connections and their origins and the combined interests, and their interests linked to, obviously Putin's links to Shabbat, right? His links to the war on terror, his links to Israeli intelligence, links to Donald Trump. We'll go more over this stuff next Friday, but here's some more of this stuff here.
Donald Trump, the 45th President of the United States and one of the most controversial political figures in the world today. I'll be tracing his paternal line back to its roots in Germany, looking at how his father and grandfather amassed their wealth, and going through his immediate family, including his siblings, wives, and children. We'll begin all the way up here with Johann Paul Trump. He was born in the small town of Karlstadt in what is today Germany to a family of wine growers. You may have heard that this man's last name was actually Drumpf, especially if you're a fan of late-night show host John Oliver. This theory is now under scrutiny as the connection is unclear, but in any case, his name derives from the word trumpet, which in turn comes from the word triumph. And now the word Trump has come to mean one-upping. Johann Trump is also the great-grandfather of Henry J. Heinz, founder of the famous ketchup company, through his daughter Charlotte, who married Johann Heinz. Skipping a couple of generations, we come to Friedrich Trump, who is Donald's grandfather and second cousin to the Heinz founder. He came to New York when he was just 16 to escape military duty in Germany in 1885. He worked there as a barber for several years before moving to...
Wait, hold on. Wasn't the John Kerrys married into the Heinz family too? John Kerry was Heinz too? See, all these people know each other. John Kerry, George Bush. You know what I mean? Yeah, Teresa Heinz. See, they're all linked in with the Heinz tomato ketchup shit. The fuck is this?
To Seattle in 1891. There, he led a tumultuous but very lucrative career. He bought a restaurant in Seattle, which also served as an illegal brothel, and then he got involved in funding mining operations. This eventually took him to Canada during the Klondike Gold Rush, where he continued to run restaurants and brothels. The government eventually cracked down on prostitution, gambling, and liquor in 1901, and so he left, having already made a small fortune. He returned to Germany very briefly, where he met and proposed to his wife, but by 1902, the two of them were back in New York. Then in 1904, they moved back to Germany on account of his wife's homesickness. But the German officials pieced together that Friedrich had originally left the country to evade military service, and so he and his family were banished from the country. All in all, through his various business ventures, including some real estate, he had amassed a net worth of around $500,000 of today's dollars when he died in 1918 due to a respiratory illness caused by a rampant pandemic, the Spanish flu. He was succeeded by his wife Elizabeth, who grew her late husband's real estate business in a massive way under the name E. Trump & Son, and remained involved in the business until her death in 1966. That son was Fred Trump, who was only 13 when his father died, hence Elizabeth's name being used for the company. When he grew up, he married a Scottish-born woman named Mary Ann MacLeod. By the time the Second World War began, anti-German sentiment was at an all-time high in America, so Fred began telling people he was actually from Swedish descent. That cover story carried over until the 80s and 90s, repeated by his son Donald Trump, though he now admits his paternal line does, in fact, come from Germany. As a landlord, Fred Trump's business dealings often came under scrutiny. In the public eye, Woody Guthrie wrote an unreleased song about him called Old Man Trump, but he also fell under the scrutiny of the government on many occasions. He was investigated for profiteering, code violations, and racial discrimination. A number of people working for him came forward saying they were told discrimination was against the law, but nevertheless they were told, quote, not to rent to blacks. What's more, it's likely that Fred Trump was at one point a member of the Ku Klux Klan, based on his arrest at a 1927 Klan rally in which all 7 arrestees were alleged to be dressed in Klan attire. In 1970,
Well, there you go. You know, he's part of the secret society, the occult. Anyways, you know, thank you guys for joining us here. Now I gotta run out to my congregational prayer here. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. And I'm gonna be visiting my grandmother's grave, seeing what's popping out there in the world. But yeah, bless you guys for joining me. Fasting here in Ramadan, figuring out what's going on, reconnecting with my wife, chilling out with things, and recollecting my thoughts as I write my second book. So yeah, many blessings on the table, and but many obviously trials as well, we'll figure things out, but yeah, bless you guys for joining us out here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We don't want to get too comfortable around here, right? Because the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the program is seeing it for what it is. And yeah, we got Cecil out here. What's going on, dude?
I am the angel wigger supreme. You will bow down before the truth of the widget, where we discuss the truth of the widget on the widget that tells the truth. And in case you haven't been able to read between the lies, I'm talking about my head. This is the most ominous widget. Peace out, Girl Scout.
Peace, hopes. Talk to you soon, Cecil.
Yeah.
And yeah. All right, guys. Talk to you guys soon. And yeah, enjoy this outro video. I played some of this last night. Seemed to go over pretty well with the crowd. Some of that, how to control your brain, insane in the membrane, and some music for you guys. See you guys tomorrow at 11. Hopefully, we'll start up a stream, talking about manhood crisis. I don't know what part we're on, 6 or part 6, I think it is. I don't know. We'll check it out. Yeah.
Around 3,000 years ago, a group of human beings in Athens, Greece, developed a new philosophy. The basic religion of humanity is called humanism. Socrates said, the aim of human life is to know thyself. Create and design your own order in the chaos. Socrates did not give commandments. Socrates did not impose order. Socrates asked questions. He encouraged his friends to speculate, to design, to create, to interact their own versions of reality. Socrates said, the way to perform philosophy is in small groups, raising questions, learning from each other, changing your mind, growing together, thinking together. The religious leaders said, you can't say that, Socrates. The gods are in control. Who are you to say you have to say? How dare you think you can know? Gods determine. Sacrifice to the gods. Obey the gods. Socrates said, no. Look within. For that, they gave Socrates the hemlock, because he dared to tell people, think for yourself, and question authority. To think for yourself, you must learn how to reprogram, reform, inform your own brain. To do this, to take responsibility for your brain, it is necessary to question everything that you have been taught, to question authority, to learn, to take the brave step of taking responsibility for operating your brain, for designing, redesigning, reforming the chaos within. Throughout human history, as our species has faced the frightening, terrorizing fact that we do not know who we are or where we're going in this ocean of chaos, it has been the authorities, the political, the religious, the educational authorities who attempted to comfort us by giving us order, rules, regulations, forming in our minds their view of reality. To think for yourself, you must question authority and learn how to put yourself in a state of vulnerable, open-mindedness, chaotic, confused vulnerability to inform yourself. Think for yourself. Question authority. Operate yourself. Question authority.